lunch hour to listen to the presentation on the 10-year plan, but it's important stuff. So we'll just go ahead and get going on that. First of all, we have Darius Pakbas and Jason Smith and Julie Constant here to talk about regions 3 and 5. Go ahead, Darius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The presentation that we're going to go through today is the start of a workshop with you regarding the department's revised 10-year plan for fiscal years 27 through 36. We've gotten to this point after a 1.5 year long process working on setting up goals for the planning cycle, development and adoption of the statewide plan, and ongoing continuous engagement with our planning partners. So this workshop is going to start with the ongoing engagement with you about the 10-year plan over the next couple of months, and to be able to answer any questions you may have about the proposal ahead of a potential adoption. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start off today taking a look at the proposed schedule over the next couple of months. So today's focus, as the chair mentioned, will be on the Western Slope, particularly regions 3 and 5. But future months will focus on the Front Range and Eastern Plains, a presentation on the department's GHG transportation report for areas outside of the MPO boundaries, and a potential timeframe for adoption as shown on the screen here. Of course, the dates are subject to all of the questions that concerns that the commission may have as we workshop through this. Next slide, please. So our agenda today, as I mentioned previously, is Regions 3 and 5 with Jason Smith, Region 3 Transportation Director, and Julie Constant, Region 5 Transportation Director. Will highlight some of the projects in their plan and previewing how these projects will work on achieving the goals laid out in the statewide plan. Let's go to the next slide, please. Let's go to the next slide. This is just a transition. So before I turn it over to Jason and Julie, wanted to mention that the full list of projects in these regions is being included in your packet, and we also have printed copies for folks here on what you would see publicly for all of these projects for Region 3 and 5. We also have an additional attachment. It doesn't look as pretty, but kind of gives you an idea of the descriptions and what we call the project elements, so you can know the full extent of what is planned for these projects at a high level. And then there is an attachment in the packet that goes through some of the definitions on terms if needed. So next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason Smith, who is going to conduct the Region 3 project overview and highlights. Jason.
Yeah, thank you, Darius. Next slide, please. Okay, so Region 3, northwest corner of the state, you should know, 15 counties is what we cover. Major roadways that we have within Region 3, I-70, US 40, US 50, and then US 550 portion, and then quite a few other minor roads that we have throughout the region. Region 3's proposed 10-year plan overview. We have about 45 projects total for the next 10 years. We're looking at 10 new projects on our list, and we roughly have 132 million as proposed strategy funding for our allocation for the first 4 years. For the remainder 6 years, we have 198 million proposed strategic funds for our allocation. That's for 2031 through 2036. Next slide. So I picked the 6 projects that I wanted to highlight for you today. Again, we have 45 total. These are just some that kind of give you a general overview of some of the work we're doing. I'm going to start off with the ones that really cover our advancing transportation safety that I wanted to highlight. The first project here is on US 40, Red Dirt Hill. It's actually phase 2 of the project. Last 10-year plan, we did phase 1. So this is a continuation. It's up on US 40 in Grand County. Roughly $10 million of funding were needed to do this project. And it's a safety improvements project. And what it is, if you know where the YMCA intersection is in Grand County, it's improving that intersection. It's adding turn lanes, acceleration, deceleration, turn lanes, widening shoulders, and doing various other safety improvements along the roadway itself, along with the paving and striping improvements. Next slide. The next project that I'd like to highlight, it's the I-70 interchange improvements in Garfield County. So the TPR has identified that they want to start working on interchanges throughout their I-70 corridor portion. Unfortunately, we don't have enough money to hit all the interchanges, so we're being strategic here, trying to figure out what we can do. We've identified two interchanges that we feel are probably the worst ones. They back up traffic onto I-70 during rush hours because the ramps are not long enough, they don't have enough capacity, or the termini doesn't flow well enough, as they get off into the towns. So Silt on I-70 and also at Newcastle's the interchanges we've identified. So we have 7 million identified in the first 4 years of funding and another $16 million in FY 31 to 36 for strategic funding. Next slide. The third project here, we're going to move into fix our roads. A couple ones I wanted to identify here and talk about. All the commissioners were on our tour last month, so it was good to have you there. And you were able to see Glenwood Canyon and the critical assets that we have there and some of the challenges we face in Glenwood Canyon and the extreme conditions. And you can see in the picture here some of the rail that we have and how it's deteriorating and rusting, over 30 years old right now. And it's deteriorating faster than we can keep up with it. So we're trying to figure out how to put some additional funds in and supplement our maintenance team. So we're putting $11 million in our FY 27 to 30, first 4 years, and then another $23 million in the outer 6 years of strategic funding. We will be working on that type 8 guardrail and along with replacing the pavement within the canyon. As we talked about on our tour, about half of the canyon right now is in asphalt, and we're trying to change it out to a concrete pavement, which will last longer and more durable for us. Next slide. Another Fix Our Roads project we have identified is on Colorado 149, which is in Hinsdale County, south of Lake City. This project's one of our worst areas whenever we look at pavement conditions. It's a rural paving focus, and it's really just fixing the surface. Years ago, we had a hot in place recycle project up there that didn't get the density that we needed back in the pavement. So what that has allowed over the years is for the moisture to penetrate the pavement and deteriorate it faster than expected. So our plan up here is to do this section of road with this $19 million. We're going to do a cold in place recycle. So I don't know how much you know about the different processes, but a cold in place recycle is really just taking, milling up the existing pavement. It puts a material in there that rejuvenates it and gives it new life, binds it back together, and then we do a pavement on top of that overlay. So it's really trying to utilize the existing pavement, not milling it off and hauling it away, but we're trying to use that structure in place and add to the value of the road. So this will improve the drivability and give that new surface where we're seeing that asphalt cracking and distress. Next slide. Then I'm going to move into the sustainably increased transportation choices projects that I wanted to highlight today. The first one here is I-70 Business Loop. This continues our corridor of improvements that we've been working on for roughly 15 years now. I think this is phase 7, phase 8. Sorry about that. About $15.3 million that we're putting towards this. And this is really fixing the entire template of the roadway. If you've driven this area, there's an extreme, what we call a crown in the road. So it's kind of arched up in the middle because it's been overlaid for many years. And that's built up over the years. There's curb and gutter. And, we're going to go in there. We're going to pull that material out. We're going to give it a new grade for the roadway, all new drainage. So the utilities will be redone. Drainage improvements will be made. We're in coordination with the city of Grand Junction. They're going to have a water line replacement project. We're going to go ahead and do new lighting, new sidewalks, everything to really benefit this area where you can see on that map, it's kind of small there, but it continues to, in the area of where we're going to be building the future mobility hub. So this will connect with the multi-modes to the mobility hub and then give us that connection that we're looking for. If you also look in that picture, there's a park there on the left-hand side. That park is now a skate park that the city of Grand Junction's built, and it's an outstanding feature for the town. And, we're going to tie to it. There's a lot of different modes that are coming of transportation that are coming to use that skate park, and we're just make some improvements to connect that as well. Next slide. And my final project here that I want to highlight is our Fraser Safety Improvements Project up on US 40. This is $20 million of strategic funding that we're going to be using to make the improvements. And this is really just, again, another safety improvement project. We're going to be making improvements to pedestrian and multimodal connectivity for safety. And, we'll be looking at everything we can do to reduce the congestion as well, improve operational performance in addressing future transportation needs. Next slide. So with that, is there any questions? And like I said, this is only the top kind of 6, give you a general overview of what we're doing in Region 3. But I thought it was the ones I really wanted to highlight for you today.
Great. Commissioner McLaughlin?
Thank you. Hello down there. How are you? Nice to see you. Can you tell me what cold in place resurfacing is? That was on the Lake City slide. Thanks.
Yeah, it's an interesting process. So really it's, you've seen these big milling machines out on the road, and instead of hauling the rubbleized millings away and doing something with it. Pretty good.
Say it again.
Okay, I'll try this again. Oh, and so it processes the material, and it's a big. We try this again.
Not my never ask you.
I'll just answer it twice, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds.
I'll try this again. Good, okay. So,
YouTube was
oh, is it? Okay.
there.
Sorry about that. So I'll try this. So there's 2 different processes that we could do. Hot in place recycle or a cold in place recycled. The hot in place is like it sounds. You have big burners that actually heat up the asphalt. You mill it up, grind it. You add a rejuvenating agent and put it back down. That's what we did originally up on 149. But unfortunately, it was such a high elevation and the contractor wasn't able to get the density then back into the asphalt to give it that durability, and moisture was able to penetrate it through the years. And once it gets down into it and it freezes and thaws, it breaks the asphalt apart if you don't have the density. So this time we're going to try a cold in place recycle, which is a cold process. There's no heat involved. So we just mill it up. We add a rejuvenating agent, which is really just something that softens the asphalt up, and it's a binder and it ties it back together. So we're going to go in there. The contractor will mill it up, bind it. They'll put it back down in place and compact it. And then they're going to come over and cap it with I think it's a 1.5 inch overlay. So it'll be a brand new surface in the end. What's nice is that gives us 2 opportunities to improve smoothness and fix any of the potholes or divots in the road.
Thank you. Is that generally better for high altitude roads?
We've done it quite a bit, Region 3 and Region 5, this process. It's not needed everywhere, so we have to look at the pavement condition and when it's needed. Again, you're doing two-step processes, and so it's a little more expensive in some ways, in the sense that, you have to go deeper. But in the end, it's better because you're getting that deeper asphalt pavement structure, and, it should last longer. So, yep, thank you. Any other
Commissioner
questions?
Gutierrez? Commissioner Gutierrez, go ahead.
Jason, thank you for your presentation. I had a couple of questions on some of your projects that were not on your presentation. The US 40 passing lanes between Craig and Steamboat, is that additional passing lanes? Is what you're increasing the number?
Yes. So we've done a study during the last planning cycle. We identified between Craig and Steamboat, there's 5 locations that are conducive to adding mile-long passing lanes. We see a significant amount, or a higher number of head-on crashes or bad passes up in that area. It's a heavily commuting area between Steamboat and Craig. So we feel like by doing these strategic passing lanes in locations where we have, better roadway width, an opportunity within the right of way, we'll be able to add those opportunities then for passing. Unfortunately, we won't get all of them done with the funding we've identified. Again, we'll try to stretch it out and do as many locations as possible.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is the Steamboat Springs Bus Rapid Transit Planning Study. And I would be interested in seeing that when you finish that study, because it may be that other regions would be able to utilize some of that information and how you're going to accomplish BRTs in that kind of a format, that rural kind of format.
Yeah, no, we'd be happy to share that information with everyone.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I need to take a step back, being new, and try to understand some of the definitions in the process, if you'll indulge me. And this may not be Region 3 specific, but I'm curious, how do you characterize projects if they have multiple features? Often they're just listed in one category. And if you were trying to figure it out, how would you go about that? That's one. And two, within that, say, passing lanes, is there a definition of a passing lane? If it's long enough, I assume it's a capacity improvement, general purpose lane. At what point does one thing bleed into another?
Yeah, so the characteristics, you're right there. A lot of these projects have multiple characteristics with them. They don't just address one thing. All of them have a safety component. Pretty much every project we do is within CDOT has a safety component with it. Then they were fixing the roads. And then we have less probably opportunity for that multimodal choice. A lot of Region 3 areas were rural. So we did have to focus on more the areas like Grand Junction, Winter Park, Fraser, those places that have those opportunities more available. So classifying these projects is kind of difficult and challenging because most of them fit in multiple ones. As of the passing lane question, really, if you look at the numbers and what we need for the traffic, we don't need extra lanes up there. What it is it's a safety improvement project is how it's classified more than congestion. We don't have that much for traffic. So what we're looking at trying to do is just create those opportunities that can go ahead and have those, safe passing lanes. We keep them to about 1 mile roughly. We have to go in and calculate what we can do and how far they can stretch out, but we don't go beyond 1 mile with these lanes. So it's really not a continuous lane. We're not looking at, adding, connecting anything. It's really just opening it up for drivers, and they know along that roadway that they'll have a future opportunity then to pass, and they'll wait is our goal. They won't try to make those passes or anywhere around corners or where they don't have the proper sight distance.
That makes sense. I understand the rationale. I was just curious if there was a definition that you follow. It sounds like less than 1 mile for a passing lane.
Yeah, and Darius could probably add maybe some more to that.
Darius, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So we do have some of the definitions in the packet, and happy to take any further questions on that. But in terms of this from a passing lane, Jason's right. They usually try to keep it to 1 mile or less. And usually on a lot of the highways where there are 2 lanes, you would have a third lane and you wouldn't have passing on there. But we're trying to avoid those curves, trying to avoid people using the opposite travel lane in order to pass. But as far as the official definition, if it's greater than 2 miles, then it would be capacity. Unless it's in an MPO area, then it's greater than 1 mile. It will be considered a capacity from a general purpose lane standpoint. Unless the roadway is congested, we have a term called volume over capacity ratio. If it's greater than 0.85, then it would drop down to 1 mile. So as long as those passing lanes do not create a continuous segment, those would be considered a safety improvement project. So hopefully that can answer your question, Commissioner Jones.
Sort of. All right, one last one along that, and maybe it's Darius or maybe it's you, Jason. Operational improvement versus safety, often they're lumped together. If they're the same thing, why do you have 2 terms? What's the difference?
It is, it's kind of hard it, if, sorry, let me get my thoughts here. Yeah, it is a difficult one to help describe. And when we're taking a look at certain pieces like, if we had like something for like VMS signs or anything else that help improve the operations of the roadway and avoid types of incidents. So, but a lot of those could be considered safety categories as well. And when you take a look at safety, I mean, we could have many different categories on here, but we tried to limit it as much, knowing that this is a public document and we go into much more greater detail when we actually improve the project, well, when we actually go through and do the project itself. So I'll turn it over to Jason if there's anything else to add to that.
Yeah, so the way I look at it, safety improvements, a single vehicle, driving by itself, a safety improvement will help that vehicle. Operational, if you have a single vehicle, the improvement's not necessarily needed. Operational improvements where they really help us is where we see more vehicles, whatever it is, but then they start to exceed the capacity of that intersection or that area. And then you start seeing backups. So operational improvements really are designed to, how do we make an improvement so vehicles can pass through that area a little more efficient and quicker? So we don't see these backups, which usually result in accidents. So operational improvements really are intended to be, just that of more vehicles through an area in a certain amount of time. And a good example of that's a roundabout versus an intersection. So a lot of the, going back to some of my projects here on in the interstate there for interchange improvements, we usually evaluate to see if roundabouts at the top of the ramps is a good improvement instead of a signal. Because a lot of times that signal will queue up traffic. And if you have too many vehicles exiting at that intersection, they'll back up onto the interstate, and that's a real problem. So if we can put a roundabout up there and it's more efficient at moving that traffic and keeping it flowing, then that's a great operational improvement.
Yeah, less emissions too. Any other questions for Jason? Oh, good. Thank you for spotting that. Go ahead, Commissioner Ritter.
Thank you very much. A couple of things. I think we have to keep the sort of the big picture involved with many of these projects within particularly Routt County and Moffat County. The passing lanes really ultimately assist in what has become a significant safety problem between the two counties. But it also works for why there has been such support for an RTA within those two counties. And I just want to sort of take a step back to say this is all part of an overall transportation sort of planning that involves both, better roads, but also ultimately Northwest Passenger Rail. So we can keep this in context. And thanks, Jason, for your good description on the Red Hill project, which continues to go on, and the commissioners in that area, in Granby or particular area, are particularly keen on. So one final note that if we put up passing lanes, we have got to put up signs that that indicate how many miles they are away. I am constantly amazed how few signs we've got to that end. And as a result, people go speeding along without knowledge that there are passing lanes ahead.
Might keep somebody from taking an unnecessary risk. I
Yes.
had one. Are you through, Commissioner Ritter?
Yes, and thank you.
No,
Jason.
thank you. Thank you for joining us. So for the Fraser project, are you able to contemplate some of the improvements needed for Mountain Rail at that stop there? And, just wanting to make sure that could at least be incorporated to the extent feasible.
Yeah, as we start the planning process for the project and see, we can tie it to the discussions with Mountain Rail and see if there's any coordination that we can do and any efficiencies that we can make by combining efforts within those project limits. So
Okay, great.
we'll definitely be looking into that.
Excellent. Thank you. Looks like that's all we have right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're going to turn it over to Julie, who's going to do the Region 5 update.
Yes. Okay.
Hopefully everyone can hear me. All right, next slide, please. So I'm Julie Constant. I'm the Region Director for Southwest and South Central Colorado. So I have the San Luis Valley, Chaffee County, and then the rest of the southwest corner. So it's a pretty big region. We have 36 projects that we're carrying forward into our next 10-year plan. Of those 36, 8 are brand new projects. Region 5 gets the smallest amount of money since we don't have any interstates and we have a lot less people down there. We get about 69 million for fiscal year 27 to 30, and then 103 million that we're planning with for the out years. Next slide. So the first project I wanted to highlight is our next big project for Region 5. This is about a $100 million project. We did receive an infra grant for about 59 million. And this has been a project that's been on Region 5's long-range plans probably since the early 2000s, in all honesty, and maybe even longer. Highway 160 is our major east-west connector down in the southwest corner of the state. So we do see a lot of commuter traffic as well as a lot of interstate freight traffic that's trying to get across that part of the state. This project has multiple improvements, but the biggest is the safety improvements. The project is about 4 miles long. The first 2 miles of the project has an area that's a 2-lane highway with no shoulders and the speed limit 60 miles an hour, and we have 17 access points. For a highway of this categorization, we should only have accesses about every half a mile according to the state access code. So really we have accesses about every 600 feet. So it's a lot of accesses. So that brings in a lot of rear end crashes, a lot of broadside crashes from people trying to make left-hand turns. There's also a lot of traffic along this corridor commuting between Bayfield and Durango. And so there's a lot of risky choices that are made as the days go, as the drivers are trying to get on and off the highway through here. And then we also have a whole bunch of wildlife crashes because it's the southwest corner and we have a lot of wildlife down there. So this project will provide a lot of safety improvements. It'll provide a center turn lane, and it will provide 2 miles of widening to add 4 lanes in each direction. But that's really going to improve the safety of the vehicles getting on and off the highway. And if we have an accident, that gives us a lot more space to work with to route traffic around those accidents, because we really don't have any detour routes unless you're going to go to New Mexico or go up to Highway 50 or I-70. So we're pretty limited there. The other portions of the project will include installing a roundabout at a county road where we've had a number of fatalities at a 2-way stop controlled intersection, as well as we are going to do a mile of passing lanes in each direction further to the east end of the project. These passing lanes will really provide opportunities as you're coming out of the roundabout and heading east to get around slow-moving vehicles. And the more opportunities we have for cars to be able to get around slow-moving vehicles on our rural 2-lane roads provides for a safer highway experience for everybody, because then hopefully the drivers are making less risky decisions to try and get them around in other places. So this is the big project we wanted to highlight for sure, that we'll be really focusing on down in the southwest corner. Next project or slide. This is a rural road safest resurfacing project. It's Colorado 151. It runs between an area we locally call Chimney Rock and Ignacio. We have resurfaced the first half of this highway with the current 10-year plan dollars. And so the next round of 10-year plan dollars, 31 through 36, will come in and finish resurfacing the highway. Next slide. US Highway 285. So anybody that's driven through the San Luis Valley and taken 285 to get from Denver to Durango probably knows this section well. It's, again, a narrow 2-lane road. It is nice. We do have great sight distance on there. And most of the year, you're able to get around cars and pass them pretty well because you have such great sight distance, but we don't have shoulders. So if a car breaks down, an accident happens, again, we just don't have a lot of asphalt to work with. So this project is a project we will be hopefully applying for some grant dollars. Overall, we think we need about $70 million to do the right thing out there. And I think we've identified about just over $30 million. So we would chase some grant funding at some point to add some shoulders. We have played with adding some passing lanes as well if we're able to get a grant, because there are certain times of year in the summer, especially when you have a lot of tourist traffic out there, And it is difficult to get around in those passing zones that we do have. So that's another thing we are considering as we start looking at grant opportunities. If we're not able to get a grant, then we will just focus on adding shoulders and get as much shoulders out there as we can for $30 million. The highway does sit up elevated compared to the surrounding area because there's a lot of groundwater out there for all the irrigation that happens in the valley. So it will be kind of challenging, like $30 million may only get us 3 miles of shoulders when all is said and done. Next slide. Colorado 159 is also in the San Luis Valley, and it's south of Costilla County, or it's in Costilla County, south of San Luis. Costilla County is one of our most disadvantaged counties that we have within Region 5. And the county commissioners for many, many years have been after us to try and find some funds to come in and resurface Highway 159 south of San Luis down to the New Mexico line. So I'm happy to say that we are going to use $9 million of our strategic funds to go ahead and get that highway in better condition. Next slide. This project, Highway 550 shoulder improvements. So this is in Ouray County. This is north of Ridgeway as you're headed up towards Kelowna, just the Montrose County line there. This summer, we had a rash of 3 different fatal crashes all happening within the same couple of miles on this corridor. This corridor sees a whole bunch of commuter traffic between Montrose and Telluride because Telluride's so expensive to live in. All the workers tend to commute down. We do have transit opportunities, but they don't take care of everybody. We still do have a lot of commuters. And then in the summertime, we have a whole bunch of summer traffic. Those crashes that we saw this year, unfortunately, they were mostly influenced either by fatigue or being under the influence of something. So the drivers really probably shouldn't have been out there in the first place. But to try and combat some of that, we are looking at adding some additional shoulders through this section. If you've driven it, it's another narrow section with no shoulders. We do have a couple wildlife underpasses through this section, but we have some gaps in our wildlife fencing. So we're going to improve that to try and keep the wildlife off the highway. Adding shoulders, adding guardrail, adding some rumble strips, just those types of general improvements through this corridor. And then our last project is on Highway 145. So it's over there in the Telluride area. And we're looking at multimodal improvements for some of our smaller communities. These main streets are our highways through these towns. And so we've heard from a lot of these local communities that they would really like to see what we could do to add some sidewalk, add some ADA ramps, and just give the people that do want to get out of the car and cross the highway, safer ways to get across the highway, safer ways to walk next to the highway. So this project will look at improvements in Rico, Sawpit, Placerville, and Norwood. So I think that's all of my projects, and happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Julie? Commissioner Gutierrez.
Yes, and again, great projects, appreciate your projects, and thank you, Julie, for your presentation. I was curious about one that you didn't present here, and that is the bus service between Pagosa Springs and Durango. Are those capital improvements to the, can you give me a little more detail on what that's?
Yes, so this project was envisioned in the first 10-year plan and didn't have a chance to really make strides and come very far. The initial idea was that Mustang Outrider would potentially provide that service, but to tie Pagosa into the Mustang Outrider service that goes from Durango up to Grand Junction, we would have to be picking up in Pagosa Springs at like 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So we were pretty certain that that's really not going to fill the need because most of the people are looking for ways to get to doctor's appointments from Pagosa into Durango. So the current project that's now proposed is we would work with one of the local transit providers down there and provide, some of the money could go to a bus if they needed an extra bus, but my understanding is they just recently got a grant to help run a bus. So these would be operational dollars to get that service started. And then hopefully over time, it could continue on after the operational dollars were done. Yep.
Anything else? I saw another one not highlighted, but at the bottom of the plan projects is the transit service between Montrose and Telluride. Is that still called Telluride Transit?
That is SMART,
Smart.
San Miguel Area Regional Transit, I think is what SMART stands for.
Hmm.
And so that would be to help SMART run the transit service between Montrose and Telluride. That's part of that local transit that helps counteract some of the issues we're trying to fight on 550.
One time I flew into Montrose to go to the Telluride Bluegrass Festival, assuming that I'd be able to catch the Telluride Transit, but you had to make reservations. So what I ended up doing was renting a car with John McEwen, who was with the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, and we drove over together. He was going to be performing that night, so it was a fun story.
That's, yes, those funds will help provide some operational funds to have that be a more regular service.
Okay,
Well, can I ask a question?
yes, please.
So some of the funding is going to actually pay for the operations of the service as opposed to capital projects?
That is correct.
And how do you decide, is there any guidance on how much of strategic project funding can go to transit operations? Obviously, that's an unmet need across the state. So I'm curious how it seems like it's being prioritized in this area of the state.
Darius should probably take that.
So as one of the pieces that I came up on here is since the last 10-year plan is we have the CTE, the Colorado Clean Transit Enterprise. Thank you. I got it. All right. So, and they are providing operational grants out of the oil and gas fee that was recently provided that will provide operational grants to many of our transit agencies around the state. So that is helping supplement a lot of the operational needs that we had on that we've seen come up on here. And that's one of the pieces on how we're able to help with some of those needs that have been identified. So there isn't any specific targets in the strategic funding unless there was specific targets with previous bills such as 17267. Any of the newer funds, there are more flexible funds. So we were looking at what are the best projects that we can choose in order to help achieve the goals that we have on there. And out of the many different needs on here, trying to work with our local planning partners through the planning process that has happened over the past year and a half to identify what these projects should be in the next plan.
And the Region 5 list does have a number of transit projects on there, which I'm sure you're seeing. And those were from the original plan that we started, and they're still needing to get finished out. So we're making sure we honor all those previous commitments to transit with this plan moving forward, as well as we have a transit liaison now that works directly for Region 5 and is doing a lot of great work with our locals and DTR to help bring these projects to fruition and make sure we get these dollars spent.
Great. We have a question from Vice Chair Bowman online. Please go ahead.
Sorry, guys. I just, no question. I thank you to both you and Jason, Julie and Jason for bringing me up to speed on all of these fantastic projects, and congratulations. It was a great presentation. And there's some great projects in there that are extremely needed. So thank you.
Great. So back to you, Darius.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have a little bit left in the presentation, kind of going over at a high level, taking a look at the Western Slope focus. So hopefully what Jason and Julia provided to you was helpful. But we do have 81 total projects that are being proposed in both of those regions, and just wanted to give a high level overview on what will be accomplished with these projects that are going to be funded with these 10-year plan dollars. Next slide, please. So we know that our rural road network is what makes travel possible, connects our communities, moves goods to market, helps connect visitors to the state. So we wanted to continue that commitment. So 20 of the projects from in both of those regions are going to be rural road resurfacing projects. And some of the examples you've already seen, but some of the others include Colorado 9 Hoosier Pass, the Colorado 159 resurfacing project, as mentioned. So there's just a couple of examples on there. Another 14 projects on the western slope will have elements related to pavement repair or reconstruction as part of their scope. This includes projects such as the I-70 resurfacing Horizon Drive to Palisade project, which is in Grand Junction, and the US 285 project that was mentioned earlier. That includes resurfacing and pavement condition improvements. Next slide, please. In terms of helping keep our structures in a state of good repair, there's 10 projects that will be primarily focusing on or include as part of their project scope on fixing poor structures, including bridges, culverts, and other assets along the highway. And you can see some of the examples on there, but we have the US 550 bridge replacement project. That number there is the actual number of the bridge that's on there. And of course, the I-70 Glenwood Canyon critical asset repair project as well. So overall, when you take a look at this in general, we have over 50% of the projects are focusing on fixing our roads and asset management in the next 10-year plan in these two regions. Next slide, please. And then moving on to advancing transportation safety. Next slide, please. We have overall we do a lot of safety and when we take a look at those projects, that 30 of the projects have specific needs we're addressing to safety, and we've seen some of those examples, but 12 projects are looking at helping with shoulders and helping with safe passing throughout the region, which some of the examples, 6, 7 examples are on this slide right here. Next slide, please. We have 6 projects that will be helping reduce wildlife crashes as part of its scope and improvements. A couple of those projects, again, were mentioned, but these are the projects listed on here, whether it's wildlife fencing, underpasses, or whatever the mitigation is to help reduce those types of crashes and make travel safer for folks along the western slope. And next slide. And then 19 projects are going to be focusing on intersection improvements and making intersections safer. Again, some of those examples were mentioned earlier, but we do have some other interchange improvements, such as the one near County Road 31, otherwise known as Phil's World. That's a fun name on there. And those intersection improvements on Colorado 145 and Ilium Road. Moving on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Some of our continued focus on sustainably increasing transportation choice. We'll note, I know that's not in our packet, but you will see this as part of the overall packages that $60 million over the next 10 years will be reserved out of the strategic funds for Mustang fleet maintenance and replacement. So being able to support Outrider services, the Mustang mainline service along I-70, Snow Sting, so continue to have those types of services going forward, not only in the western slope, but throughout the state. And then an additional 13 projects, some of which we had already talked about, include investments to help with Outrider stops, transit hubs, and mobility hubs to support this interregional transit needs throughout the region, including the Grand Junction Mobility Hub and some of the Outrider stop improvements that you see on the screen here. Next slide, please. And then another 16 of these projects will include local transit service through our local agency partners. I believe Julie eloquently captured some of those projects on there, but as you can see, there is some projects either with capital or through operating that are going to go to these agencies, and we'll work and partner with CDOT to help making sure that local transit is still a viable option throughout the western slope. And then finally, in terms of active transportation, next slide, please. 20 of the projects within the plan on the western slope will be focusing on active transportation elements. You saw the projects that Julie and Jason had mentioned, the I-70 Pitkin Avenue, I-70 Business Route Pitkin Avenue project, and the multiple improvements along 285. But there's projects all throughout the region focusing on making sure that folks are able to use whichever mode that they would like to in terms of getting to where they need to go, supporting walking and biking. All right, and let's go on to the next slide, please. And then finally, do want to mention there is the Colorado Mountain Rail project that is coming up that's heavily within this region. I think this was workshopped extensively in August with the commission. So primarily funded through the 24-184 congestion mitigation fee, at least from the state dollars. And then they'll be taking a look at some federal funding sources as well, with the primary work being done on that service development plan, which I believe was workshopped in August as well. All right. So if we go on to the next slide, I wanted to transition a little bit on some of the overview. We want to get to the projects first because I think that's the star and highlight of the plan. Happy to answer any other questions, but some logistical pieces on the 10-year plan overall, and we'll continue to have discussions on this as we go through this.
Any questions just of what was just presented? I actually had one.
Yes.
Like you highlighted that we have 20 projects on Fix Our Roads, geared toward rural paving.
Yes.
Do we have something to compare that to from last 4 years? I mean, is there a way to say we're doing more, or do you have dollars to compare the two, or?
There is less strategic funding than we had previously. So that's the primary issue. But I think we can safely say that 50% went to asset management in the last plan. And I think in this, for these two regions, 50% is going to asset management in this plan. So I think that's probably a pretty good comparison. I'm taking a look with more limited resources than we had to work with previously.
And on top of that is the 80 million.
On top of that is the 80 million, which is not part of the 10-year plan, and it's a completely different program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else? So please go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's go on to the next slide. So just wanted to note that in September, the commission approved the statewide plan, and all of these planning efforts, all of our modal plans are all designed to work together to help build this vision of transportation in the state, with the statewide plan being the top level piece. And so excuse me, I think the best way to describe this is the statewide plan is the why and what, and the 10-year plan helps put that into action in conjunction with support from our enterprises, in conjunction with our other CDOT programs, such as asset management, safety, our multimodal programs, our sub-allocated programs. So that's the kind of the best way to describe it. But our 10-year plan is our high-level projects, our strategic projects in order to help improve transportation throughout the state. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is just a graphical representation of the differences between the two. So looking at what the statewide plan, which is a federally required document, is designed to do, and what the 10-year plan is designed to do is setting out the goals and the framework in the statewide plan and the vision for the future. And then the 10-year plan is our action plan, so to speak. What is our plan over the next 10 years in 4-year chunks, because we know things change over time. That's why we do it in 4 years on how we're going to help achieve those goals. Next slide, please. Speaking of goals, I think I've used a version of this slide at various times, as these are the goals that were outlined in the 2050 statewide plan. So of course, fix our roads, advancing transportation safety, sustainably increasing transportation choice. And then of course, the objectives on how we will help that, on what will help guide investment decisions when we take a look at these projects. Next slide. So what this slide is showing is the process that the regional staff, and they deserve all the credit for this, in order that has been going on and continues to go on to help identify projects, working with our planning partners, and doing a collaborative process in order to identify what are the priorities that will in their regions, and how we're going to be able to meet statewide goals, and to develop that proposed list that you will see either today or over the next coming months, knowing that there's still some items to work out. We're still working out some of these items on here, but with these two regions, we believe we have a good draft list for your consideration in the future month. Next slide, please. So in terms of strategic funding, we talk about that a lot, and that is the main funding source for a lot of our 10-year plan projects. And as I think Jeff had workshopped this in, I believe in March, but we expect around $225 million annually for for the entire 10-year plan. And then we break that up into chunks, which you can see here. And then from that, based on the formula that was passed by the commission back in 2019, those planning totals, which are our planning targets, because the funding can vary from time to time, on how we're able to help allocate those funds for planning purposes. So that way we're able to start working on project development. And then we'll note that there is that 6 million annually, 60 million over 10 years that is reserved for the bus stand capital because that supports the entire state. So that's kind of that is the high level overview for the strategic funding, but it's not the only way that these projects are funding. So other funding sources that have helped supplement the 10-year plan have included items like the enterprises. So in the previous plan, and if you want to take a look at where these supplements have come from on codot.gov, we have a dashboard that shows every single project in the current plan, not the proposed plan, and how the enterprises has supported that. An additional $1 billion was put towards projects in this plan, and the support is expected to happen with this plan as well when those are workshopped with their available boards with those available boards in the near future. CDOT has also received a number of federal grants in terms to support our 10-year plan. I think we received nearly $400 million in federal grants for 10-year plan projects alone. That doesn't include projects outside the 10-year plan. But some of the examples include the Elmore's Corner project and the I-70 Vail Pass project, which received, I believe, close to $60 million on both of those on there as well. So, and at times our other core programs have helped provide a fiscal support to these projects as well. I think a good example is our strategic interstate projects, which was funded through a combination of redistribution and TC reserve funding and a little bit of surface treatment as well in order to help bring our interstate or down to down from where it was at the high that we saw back in 2021. So I think that's a good example of some of the support on there because a couple of those projects were on the 10-year plan. Finally, our local partners have supported projects as well from their side. One of those includes the multimodal project in Colorado 145 in Region 5 that I believe Julie talked about. Our locals are also pitching in an additional $625,000 from their sources in order to help complete that project. So let's move on to the next slide. So finalization schedule and next steps. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the anticipated schedule for future commission workshops. I believe we're going to come back in January with taking a look at the Front Range and Eastern Plain regions. We'll also have a presentation of the GHG transportation report as required for areas outside of the MPO boundaries that's required under 2 CCR 601-22. And then right after the commission presentation in January, we'll open up a public comment period. And of course, we have our continued coordination with STAC and BOTPR partners and others as we brought forward on that. And then after the public comment period ends, we have the ability for any future questions the commission may have regarding the plan, and we'll bring it forward once we believe we're in a good spot for adoption at a future commission meeting. We do have the April STIP, which that is what actually allocates the funds in addition to the budget. So that was coming up in May and April. And so with fiscal year 27 starting, we want to be able to have a plan in place so we know what we're able to do in that STIP kind of going forward. So last slide is I'm ending the process with the schedule again. So that way you're able to take a look at what's going on in the future. But with that, hopefully this presentation was helpful for members of the commission as you take this plan into consideration. And thank you for your time today and happy to answer any further questions.
Commissioner Jones.
It was very helpful. Thank you so much. Again, still trying to wrap my arms around the process. With regards to the GHG analysis and modeling, or is the entire list of projects, say for Region 3 and 5 included, or just regionally significant, which I think is 2 for the West Slope?
So we model I'm sorry, Commissioner. So we're technically required to model the regionally significant projects as required under the rules. So what we do is we take a look at future considerations for transportation movement in our travel demand model, which is then in turn taken the VMT, expected VMT is in turn placed in what we call the MOVES model, which is from EPA, which in turn gives us the anticipated CO2 equivalent level. And then we're able to see if we're able to meet the required reductions as required under Table 1 of the rule.
So just regionally significant projects, so just 2 from the West Slope or, okay.
Yes, because those have the biggest impact on travel and travel patterns and what shows up most in the model.
And then if I might, one more.
Please.
The slide with the performance-based planning that had the PD 14 goals,
Yes.
how should we use those goals and how were the goals used in putting together the 10-year plan? Does each project that's proposed have to meet one or more of those goals? Are there certain percentages of funding attached to those? Are those goals for us to say as we review the plan to make sure that we're actually focused on those? How would you characterize the process?
I think the best way to put it is they are guiding principles on how we would want to select the plan. So each of the projects should be able to help achieve some of those goals on there, whether it's a safety enhancement, whether it's a fixing our asset management, or whether it's providing sustainably providing transportation choice. So we do have some performance objectives that we can take a look over the 10-year period, knowing that it is a 10-year long period of performance. And as part of that, we bring updates on an annual basis to the commission and see how we were going. But we also have the opportunity to amend the plan. We have each additional 4-year period where we're able to make adjustments as situations change. So those were the guiding principles that were passed by the commission, I believe, in September of 2024, when we started this process to kind of set out how we would want to see the overall vision of the future on there. Now, it's very hard to say that a specific project is going to reduce X, reduce Y on there, with the exception of, we have all of the projects in the rural paving program are in areas with low drivability life, which is our metrics. So, but we do know through a data-driven process, where are some of the hot spots? Where are some of the head-on crashes that are happening on there? Where are some of the need on where people are working with trying to get more access to walking and biking. And we've had an extensive process with our, in this particular case, one MPO, the Grand Valley MPO, and with our rural TPR partners out there to identify this through 4 different meetings and numerous 4 county 4P meetings in order to help get us to this point that we have.
So do you do an analysis for us of how the project list ultimately will stack up to the 3 goals?
So we believe that as we further analyze these projects, I think we're able be able to say that we confidently believe that these are going to make conditions better. Now, some of the factors may be outside. I think safety is a good example of that, where from a safety perspective, sometimes it's based off driver behavior, but when there is something from an engineering perspective that we're able to help fix, that's what we want to focus on in order to help make it safer. So that way, folks are able to make good decisions, especially if they're unfamiliar with the roadway. In terms of what we do with our pavement condition and some of the others, we have the modeling in the GHG report that is required under the planning standard. We are able to see annually, are we able to, not just the 10-year plan, but everything that we do, are we able to achieve some of the targets in terms of helping with increasing, sorry, I lost the term, only passenger trips, revenue service miles, thank you, on our roadway. And then are we able to help fix some of our roadway? Because we do that on an annual basis. We go out and we take a look at all of our roadway conditions and see if we're able to do that.
Yeah, I was just trying to match them up with for example, highway capacity expansion. How do you fit that in one of the buckets, safety? Are we doing that analysis, or are you doing that for us somewhere along the?
So when we take a look at, and why we included this, the additional pieces on there is like all the projects are all the projects that come up because of needs identified from our local planning partners, and there's usually a need identified based off of one of the 3 goal areas. So if there is something that comes up, it could be based off of, a lot of times off of a safety need that comes up on there. But as long as we're able to meet our requirements under the planning standard, then we're able to categorize that in one of those areas. But as you can see, a lot of those projects are able to fit more than one goal area. It's not one size fits all. So when we go out and do a rural paving project, oftentimes we make sure that the road is safer as well with some of the elements that we have on there, guardrail, striping, so on and so forth.
Any others? Okay, I should never second guess Herman because he had allotted an hour to this session and I wanted an extra half hour, but here we are, exactly an hour in, so. So I guess we're ready to move on to the next item. And that's Bethany, I believe. Yep. Nope, sorry about that. The Transportation Asset Management Program Overview and Review of Surface Treatment Program. Darius Pappas, Toby Manthe, and Craig Whedon.
So speaking of fixing our roads, I think this was a request of the commission, and we are going to have continued conversations on one of the programs outside of our 10-year plan, which is our asset management program. But we wanted to, before we had that conversation on the budgets, which the Transportation Commission approves, or at least the planning budgets for future years, we wanted to bring forward kind of an overview of our asset management program and then go in deep to one of our larger programs, which is, of course, our surface treatment program. So I have Toby Manthe here. He works in my division. He is our asset management program manager to kind of give a quick overview. And then Craig Whedon, our state materials and geotechnical engineer, who helps run our pavement program under the Division of Engineering with Bob Hayes and Keith. So I'm going to turn it over to Toby and Craig to give the presentation.
Thanks, Darius, and good afternoon, commissioners. Again, I'm Toby Manthe, CDOT Asset Management Program Manager. Today, I am going to give you an overview of the program, including its purpose, its structure, and its funding. After that, Craig, of course, the materials engineer, will do the same for pavement. And with that, let's go to the next slide, please. So the CDOT Asset Management Program has been in effect since 2012, and really the impetus of the program was to provide a data-driven structure to make investment decisions and to manage these asset classes. You can see on the right here on the slide the asset classes we're talking about. So there would be pavement, bridges, maintenance, tunnels, culverts, noise walls, retaining walls, and many more. For most of these programs, the asset management program is the largest and most consistent source of funding year after year. Let's go to the next slide, please. So before we get any further, we should say, what is asset management? And first of all, it's not expansion. So we can't use the asset management dollars to build a new bridge where there's never been a bridge before. We can't use them to lay pavement down where there's never been pavement before. What we are talking about is managing the existing system. So what we are doing is we're really looking at that system and saying, what's the absolute best portfolio to provide the right mix of rehabs, of preservation, and of replacement activities. We are trying to do the right treatments at the right time based on cost-benefit analysis. So we're trying to extend the life of our bridges rather than wait for them to get old and decrepit and have to buy a new expensive one. In short, we're pushing a limited budget as far as it can go. Next slide, please. Here you can see the structure of the program. At the top is the Transportation Commission. You all approve our budgets, you approve our policy directives, you approve our performance measures. At the next level, our strategic direction is, of course, informed by the executive director, the chief engineer, the RTDs, and others. That third level, you can see something called the TAM Working Committee. And what that is a group of asset managers from all areas of CDOT. So you have the geohazards manager, you have the pavement manager, and we're all working on policy issues every few months. We also discuss our asset management plan and implementation of that plan. And then finally, we periodically brief region planners, region asset managers, our budget staff, and many other people as needed. Next slide, please. Requirements for the asset classes are laid out in Policy Directive 1609. This is a policy directive that the commission approved in 2020. You can see the requirements here. So the first rule of asset management is you have to know what you're managing. So each asset class has to maintain an inventory. Second, each asset class needs a performance measure, a way to measure both the health of individual assets as well as the network. They all need performance targets. And finally, each asset class needs a model that can both forecast future condition and it can recommend the right mix of preservation, of replacements, of rehabs, and other treatments. Let's look at that performance measure requirement right now. Here you can see the key ways that we measure performance. These measures are by and large included in Policy Directive 14 at this point. Some are included in appendix. These measures here, you can also see the targets along with recent performance data for 2024. We are meeting 5 of these targets. Notably, I would point out we're meeting the bridge targets. There are some gaps that we have to close for the others, including the pavement measures. These targets inform everything we do from our models to project selection. Next slide, please. Here you can see our annual asset management process. And this process begins when we go out every year and we take an inventory and condition assessment of the assets. We use that data that's collected to then forecast how our assets will perform over time if we give them different budget levels. We then use that information to develop planning budgets. And that's where we are now in the process. We've just finished developing a draft of budgets for FY30 and FY31. So we try to do that 4 years in advance to give the regions time to plan projects. The next step of that process would be the TC would approve those planning budgets. So we'll be coming to y'all in the next month or two to get those budgets approved. And then once we have those budgets, we know how much money we have to work with and we could develop our treatment list. And what that is a list of rehabs and preservations that asset managers like Craig work with the regions to develop. And then the regions go out and put those treatments into projects. The projects, of course, are CDOT construction projects and they result in new condition. And once that new condition is achieved, we go out and measure it again and the cycle starts all over again. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this program is coordinated through DTD, and in DTD, we lead the program in various ways. One, we work with the CFO to establish the total dollars that we're giving to assets 4 years in advance. Then we hold a budget setting workshop with our executives to create a draft planning budget. We develop those treatment lists we talk about. We make sure that the geohazards list looks like the pavement list and that we can map them all and create good communication tools. We also help meet federal requirements for asset management. One of those requirements would be we are required to have asset models for pavement and bridge. We actually have them for all 12 of our asset classes. And we also develop and implement our transportation asset management plan. Let's look at that plan now. So CDOT, of course, is not alone in having an asset management plan. In fact, all DOTs are required to develop a plan every 4 years. Our last plan was developed in 2023, and the next plan is due in March of 2027. This plan does a lot for us. It has our performance targets. It forecasts our future funding and conditions. It describes our project selection processes. It identifies risk and way we're going to mitigate those threats. And finally, it tells how assets are treated throughout their life cycles. We're really proud of CDOT's plan. It's gotten good attention from groups like the Pew Charitable Trust. It goes well beyond the federal requirements, which only covers pavement and bridges. Our plan does include all 12 asset classes, and it's very easy to find online. If any of you in the commission just Google CDOT Transportation Asset Management Plan, it's almost always the first hit. So let's go to that next slide. Here you can see the scale of our program, and at the chart in the top right is the core program. So that would be what 11 of our assets get. So about $370 million a year. If you add in the bridge and tunnel enterprise funding and maintenance funding, CDOT is contributing at least $880 million to asset management every year. We always like to point out that most of that funding, almost all of it, is to pavement, bridges, and maintenance. Only 10% of it about is developed to those smaller asset classes like culverts, like ITS, like road equipment, and more. The commission has a role in these budgets, and one of them would be to approve the planning budgets. You also have the opportunity to alter those budgets the year before they take effect when Jeff brings you the entire CDOT budget. You also approve the STIP projects which contain the TAM treatment. So those STIP projects might be a bundle of a bridge rehab and a pavement rehab. So let's go to the next slide. Because the program is not funded at 100% of the levels needed to achieve its goals, there has been a backlog of poor assets that has developed over time, and CDOT is addressing that backlog in various ways. One of the key ways is through strategic funding in the 10-year plan. The other way is through ad hoc funding that the commission has approved for several of the asset classes. For example, in FY24, the commission granted $10 million to the Pinion Rest area to reopen that after there were plumbing and drainage issues. The reason that was needed is because it would have taken about 3 years of the rest area's budget. For pavement, there has also been several approvals of ad hoc funding, primarily aimed at reducing the backlog of interstate that's rated poor under our federal measures. Next slide, please. And that is it for our high-level look at CDOT's asset management program. I'm going to turn it over to Craig to give an overview of surface treatment.
Want to see if there's any questions on the overview?
Yeah, any questions for Toby's portion? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Again, this falls into the new Commissioner Stupid question category. Can you remind me, the asset management funding is run separate from maintenance? What's the difference between that, both in terms of where the funding comes from and why it's treated separately?
In the past, we did treat it similarly because it is considered an asset class because it contributes to asset condition, and it also contains assets like striping and many other assets. There was a decision made a few years ago to set the maintenance budget separately through kind of the year before it happens, because it's hard to determine 4 years in advance really what the maintenance needs are going to be. So now that's determined separately. Someone like Bethany can probably answer more about how the funding, the color of money is different. I think the maintenance program usually gets more state money probably.
Yeah, so I think about 2 years ago, we decided to take the maintenance budget out of the asset management program for a couple of reasons. I think you're right, the asset management program can use federal funding for surface treatment and all the categories. However, maintenance needs state highway fund. So that was one piece of it. But I think the other piece is when the asset management budget was getting set, it put the maintenance budget in competition with all the other asset classes. And we were finding that maintenance was really, really underfunded because there's a lot of required funding from like personal services budgets and things like that that have to go into maintenance funding. So we decided to set it aside and have include it in kind of a typical budget planning process that we do annually to look at what are the needs of that particular program.
Madam Chair, if I could add on, one thing that kind of helps with the question, Commissioner, is a lot of our asset management programs, especially safety and bridge that goes into that, are often the larger projects that are contracted out through our advertisement process and are run by our engineering program. Our maintenance program is taken care of by our maintenance forces. So those are the smaller treatments that you see all along the roadway, snow and ice and pothole patch repair and guardrail repair, that type of thing.
Thanks. Anybody else? I actually had one too. On one of the sheets, you included a link to the CDOT DL performance dashboard, which I clicked on, and then compared the different regions. And actually, there's a fairly pronounced difference among the regions in terms of the level of in good condition or et cetera. Is it our goal to try to attenuate that difference, or do we tolerate? I mean, how do you go about setting targets that include that kind of?
So thank you for that question. In terms of the goal that we have for the internal metrics, CDOT's drivability life, it's an 80% high moderate drivability life by statewide network condition. Obviously, we'd like to see all the regions achieve those targets and those goals. But as you've noted, some of them are quite different. Every year, or every 2 years, I guess, we adjust the budget and planning percentage allocations to the regions. That's all based on the model metrics. So as those regions that have I guess maybe are lagging behind the drivability life metric, they should show up in the model in terms of the anticipated need and receive a future boost in the additional funding down the road to help offset that difference.
Okay. Is there sort of a tolerance for a certain amount, just as long as the average is okay, or is there a flag that's raised at a certain difference?
Well, as you can see, if we were to go back a few slides, we're lagging behind our current target of 80% drivability life. I think based on FY24, we're down at 71% high moderate drivability life. So we do have some need out there. We've got some work to do in terms of improving our pavement condition, as well as our forecasting in terms of the pavement condition and the projects that we put on there. We do a good job right now of capturing what we know is coming up in our 4-year surface treatment plan. Where we need to provide some additional work is including those next 10-year plan projects and trying to account for that improvement before it happens in that forecasted model condition.
Yeah, and just to note too, again, the great improvement interstate paving wise in the 4 or 5 years you show here is a pretty dramatic difference. So thanks for your focus. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Craig Whedon. I guess I wear a couple of hats, but I'm the state materials engineer and materials and geotechnical services manager. I also oversee the surface treatment program, which is our pavement asset program here at CDOT. So I'll start with, on the next slide, just a real quick overview of what we try to maintain with our surface treatment program. In terms of the Colorado highway network that we have approximately 23,000 lane miles on our system that we maintain. If you look at that breakdown, there's about 13,500 lane miles on the NHS, and that's further broken down into 4,200 interstate and 9,300 non-interstate NHS lane miles. So that leaves about 9,500 lane miles that are Colorado state highways. Excuse me. And then there's an approximately 2,000 lane miles they're locally owned NHS classified roadways that are maintained by the local entities around the state. Next slide, please. So you've heard a couple of times already, Will, from Darius and Toby. We do collect pavement condition annually. That condition is collected through a vendor. Our current vendor uses an ARAN van that you can see a picture of right there. What we collect on the roadways is pavement smoothness, rutting, crack data for both types of asphalt and concrete, and then faulting on our concrete pavements as well. For our 2-lane rural roadways, we collect 1 lane in each direction every year annually. And then for our multi-lane highways, like our interstates, we collect both directions, but only a single lane in each of those highways. Next slide, please. So that information that we collect goes into a couple of different metrics that we are required to report out on. Obviously, the first one being drivability life. That's our internal metric that we use here at CDOT to manage our pavement network. The second that you've heard mentioned several times is the national performance measures. That's the federal metric. NPM, if I go into a little bit more breakdown on them. So the national performance measures is a condition-based rating. It's basically that at the time of measurement, that information is uploaded into the federal system and a condition rating is churned out for that particular stretch of roadway. It's broken out into 10th mile segments. From the NPM criteria, there are 3 classifications: good, fair, and poor. And you can see the breakdown on how those categories are rated. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on what goes into the NPMs versus DL in a second. Drivability life is an apparent age model. So we know when we put down a pavement, some pavements perform better than others. And so we try to assess the remaining drivability life of that pavement condition or that pavement after treatment based on the current condition that is in there and provide an estimation on the remaining years of drivability life or how much longer that pavement is going to be have acceptable driving conditions into the future. So we use 5 pavement distresses versus the 3 in the NPM for our DL calculation. And then the difference is that our our lowest DL calculated based on the 5 distresses that we look at is used to provide that drivability life rating for our internal metric. Classification wise, we have 3 ratings as well. It's low, moderate, and high drivability life, and you can see the breakdown there on the number of years of acceptable driving conditions remaining. Next slide, please. So going into a little bit more detail on the NPM criteria, this is required per 23 CFR Part 490 Subpart C. I've already talked about the metrics that are utilized. This is where we can go into some of the distinctions between DL and NPM. So for the NPM on asphalt, they utilize IRI, which is the pavement smoothness. They utilize a rutting criteria, and they use fatigue cracking. That fatigue cracking that they use in the NPM criteria is the fatigue cracking in the wheel paths only. For concrete, we look at IRI, again, smoothness. We're looking at faulting at joints, and we're looking at percent cracked slabs within each 10th mile segment that we look at. Really, the NPM criteria is the federal metric that is used to, I guess, gauge states equally among themselves, because no individual state has the same pavement management system and internal metrics. So this gives a nationwide snapshot of how states are doing, comparing one to the other, and looking at the health of how they're using their NHS highway funds. For our CDOT PD14 target metric, I've seen that already as well, but we're striving to achieve less than 1% poor interstate pavements. If we exceed 5% poor interstate pavements, then there could be some penalties assessed on us by the color of money that we have, and FHWA could direct us on where we could use that money. Both CDOT and local agency NHS roadways are rated using the HPMS system or the NPM system, and then we do have that link to the dashboard there. You noted we've made some pretty appreciable improvements, in our opinion, on our federal poor interstate. We were up there around 4% poor interstate back in 2020, 2021, and we've seen a significant shift and investment into our federal poor interstates over the last few years, trying to bring those numbers down. I think we've done a fairly good job of that. We're down to 2.3% poor interstate in 2024, which is last year of finalized condition. Next slide, please. From the DL perspective, as I mentioned, this is our internal CDOT network that we use to manage our pavement asset management. We are required, as Toby mentioned, to have a pavement management system in place, both per PD policy directive as well as the 23 CFR 515.17. Our pavement management service treatment asset program is overseen by the Pavement Management Technical Committee, which consists of both headquarters and region personnel. As I mentioned, the metrics used, high, moderate, and low drivability life. And again, the drivability life is a time and years the pavement's going to have acceptable driving conditions. So I want to emphasize again, it's an apparent age model. So we can put down a pavement, and if it has, if it's been in place for 10 years or more, but still has no appreciable distresses, it can have still a higher drivability life that represents that current condition. DL is calculated for the CDOT maintained pavements only, and then that is input into our pavement management system. You've seen the metric that we have in PD14, which is 80% high moderate statewide condition, and we have the link to the dashboard there. You can see the trend that we have, 2020, 2021, and 2022, we were right around 80%, hovering up and down below that. And then 2023, we made some efforts on our model, some changes to our model to better align with the national performance metrics. But we also made some improvements on our model that we felt better represented and classified roadways based on that apparent age drivability life. But the end result was we saw a drop in condition down to 76, and then a further drop in condition in 2024 with little changes to the model and to 71% high moderate condition. Next slide, please. So just going into a couple of the different responsibility areas from the pavement management perspective, starting with the headquarters folks first. So from the pavement management model perspective, as that data is collected on our roadway networks, our personnel at headquarters are assigned to do a quality assurance review of that data collection. We spot check different 10th mile segments or roadway segments within there to ensure that the vendor is providing information that is up to date and correct and accurate, because all of that feeds into our pavement management model. We lead and participate in the Pavement Management Technical Committee on implementation of model improvements. And we update the pavement management model as the data is brought in annually to represent and collect the condition data, the traffic information, those completed project inventories, and committed projects in the future. And then annually, we calculate and report our drivability life metric. And we help develop we use the annual model to develop the regional surface treatment budget planning allocations. I do want to point out that those are model derived and use benefit to cost ratio. In terms of the surface treatment lists that come in from the regions, our responsibility is to review the region lists as they come in, verify that we have the match criteria met, which is our 80% model match criteria, verify that the regions are meeting their preventative maintenance investment criteria, and verify that they're staying within their planning budget compliance. We compile those individual region lists into a statewide list, and we feed those over to Toby in the TAM group, which he then routes for approval through the EMT. Next slide, please. From the region perspective, they also participate in the data quality review as we receive batches of data from the vendor as it comes in. We do share that with the regions and ask them to review the data in their roadway, specifically for their roadways in their network. They also participate in the PMTC. They update their project inventory annually. So as they complete service treatment projects or other projects, capital projects in the regions, then they update the inventory that's fed back into the pavement management system to recognize that a project has been done and that we capture the benefits on that. They also review the statewide pavement management system output for quality. So we just recently finalized our 2025 data collection and are in the process of generating the draft lists of our DL. They're asked to review those as they come up. And then they use the pavement management model to create region construction program outputs from the model. Again, that's identifying those treatments in their region that are the highest benefit to cost treatments for the roadways in their network. From the surface treatment list perspective, they work with their planning partners and stakeholders to identify candidate projects and finalize that list, send it to headquarters pavement management as well. They target an 80% model match, but I would emphasize that that 80% model match criteria is based on the statewide assembled list, not an individual region list. Ideally, they're all above 80%, and they have been very good at achieving that. And then they are responsible ultimately for budgeting, designing, and delivering those surface treatment projects. So I believe that's the last slide for me. Are there any questions on the surface treatment program overview?
Any questions for Craig? Yes, Todd, please go ahead. Todd Masters.
So do I understand right that the target for the federal program is 1%? And so we're almost there. You've got one more to go. Is that correct?
Yeah, the current target that we have in terms of achieving for the federal poor interstates is 1% federal poor. I believe that's a 10-year planning horizon project, I think, our planning target. So 2035, I believe, is what we're looking for there. We know we're not going to get there immediately, but we are still maintaining that focus on our interstate pavements through our service treatment program and other funding.
Yes, please go.
Leslie, can you slide back to slide 17? I just want to point out, especially for commissioners that haven't been here for a while, that bottom right corner, about 5 years ago, when we hit the 3.9, no, one more slide back. Sorry, I thought it was 17. Yep, that's the one. When we hit the 3.9% poor, it was around the time we had one of our TC retreats, and Director Liu was certainly hot on the fact that we were at 3.9, and you all said, we don't want to be, I think it was 49th in the state or of all the states in interstate condition. We haven't improved that much because everyone else was so far ahead of us in interstate condition. We're still down towards the bottom. But if we'd have hit that 5% poor and we were on track to do that, we would have had a large portion of our federal funds restricted to only be able to do interstate surface treatments. We want to have the flexibility to spend those dollars where we think it's most important. So between our management team and the Transportation Commission, we identified, I think, 9 of the most important interstate stretches that were in the worst condition, that we were either underfunded or unfunded. And for the last 5 years, we've been working on those. And this is just an illustration of what the commission can do when you put your minds to it, because you're a large reason why we've gone from 3.9% poor to 2.3%, because we've been using things like that federal redistribution. Every year we go back to that list of 9 projects and say, is there anything else we haven't hit yet? We need to get those done. So that's the reason why we've done so well in improving our interstate conditions. Thanks.
Thanks for adding that, Herman. I do have Commissioner Bowman or Vice Chair Bowman who had her hand up already. Please go ahead, Barbara.
Thanks, Herman. Thanks, because I was going to ask about that and congratulations on the decrease in poor interstates. So that makes sense to me. On the drivability, how do we rate compared to other states? I mean, just out of curiosity.
As I mentioned, so I don't think any state in the nation has the same pavement management system and the same criteria that they utilize. Drivability life is the current metric that we have here at CDOT. I believe it was about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we had a remaining service life model. We moved away from that to go to this apparent age model. The remaining service life model was based on you do a treatment and we expect it's going to last 10 years, and it just took a year off of the life of it moving forward. So the DL system was an effort to better characterize and capture the current conditions of the roadway and give an assessment based on that in terms of years remaining, that we expect to have years of remaining acceptable driving conditions. So I don't know if we could compare ourselves to any other state on the drivability life metric to answer your question.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the explanation. That helps. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Jones.
Thanks for the presentation, and Herman for the story. It's a great success story and really does show the power of the commission in working together with staff. But looking at the performance measures that we have in the different asset classes, if my quick and dirty analysis is right, there's 14 performance measures and we're only meeting 5 of them. And I guess trying to understand, do we need to have another come to Jesus moment where, wow, we need to put strategic dollars in some of these asset classes because we're not meeting the target? Like, how should we interpret that? Because, I guess in the other perspective might be we're never going to get all of these measures. We're never going to hit our targets. So we're just going to keep treading water. And when our nose slips under, we push back up, but we're never actually going to get where we want to go. Like because it seems like there's a lot more work to be done, and we could prioritize asset management and just try to clean up our house. So help us understand that.
So I think that's one of the things that we're trying to do with a lot of our 10-year plan and strategic funds is we have our asset management program, which is designed to keep us out of going into poor, but we do have some poor assets out there. And a lot of those treatments have been designed to go into looking at some of the rural programs, some of the poor pavement in order to help us get caught up with that. So we're able to see that. As mentioned with the previous presentation, this additional funding that went into the Interstate Strategic Program, some of those projects were on the 10-year plan, and that's we put redistribution dollars in there based off of the approval of the commission in order to help supplement that. And I think a preview of one of the presentations that Bethany's going to give, this is going to take a look at how we can help use other potential funding in order to help push that through. And I will note that there are some assets on there that aren't eligible for strategic plan dollars, such as our buildings and such as our fleet, which would use only our state dollars, and same with our maintenance program as well. So we are trying to take a look at that, knowing that at a high level, we have about 7 main performance objectives that we're trying to hit versus getting down to some of the lower ones. But when we go out and do a lot of these projects, we're able to help repair signals, help with taking a look at ITS devices that are in those areas as we're able to repair. But in particular, for the 10-year plan is taking a look at pavement and bridge, and then of course the assistance from the Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise as well.
Will, in the draft 10-year plan, will we have a list of, if we spend these dollars, this is how we'll hit with our performance metrics? I mean, are we trying to actually meet these metrics? Like, is that not a viable goal?
So I think what we're trying to do is over the 10 years, knowing that we have a limited amount of dollars, the main measures in PD 14, the 6 measures that were there previously, the pavement condition, the bridges, and then the safety measures. We do want to work on trying to achieve those targets over the next 10 years, working with not only our strategic funds, but also utilizing our programs as well, other programs as well, such as asset management.
So you're saying the 10-year plan we adopt will meet those goals? Or
It will-
obviously, we're trying to meet them.
Well, we're trying to meet those goals in conjunction with all of our other programs, yes.
We're predicting that we will. If
We're trying to anticipate meeting those goals based off of the program of projects that we have.
So I'd like to piggyback on both hers and Commissioner Bowman's question. Are we happy with the model? We're using our own model. We can't compare to the other agencies. We've made some improvements or tweaks to it, but the number, at least on the next slide, still keeps going down to 71%.
I think in terms of the model, we're happy with the direction that we're heading with it. I don't know if anybody was around when Steve Harrelson was the chief engineer. He said, no model is perfect, some are useful. So I like to throw that back out there. We're continually working on improving our model right now. We think we've got it so that it represents more accurately the current condition of our roadway networks. In the past, I believe we were providing a lot more credit to some of the pavements. For instance, when we first started seeing the NPM and the Federal Poor Interstate, many of the pavements that we had that showed up as poor, we still showed them as a moderate to high drivability life. And there was obviously a big disconnect in there. So that was part of the big improvements that we made to align the two models in 2023, which you saw the drop in condition to reflect that. But I think we're headed in the right direction. We're continuing to focus on improvements. We're taking our DL model and we're splitting out asphalt pavement treatments and concrete pavement treatments now, which in the past they've been combined and they didn't really play well together. So we continue to refine our model year over year over year, and I think we're pretty happy with the direction it's headed at this point.
So would you see near-term changes that we could compare to see if we in fact are making that progress?
Near term in
Yeah.
terms of,
Instead of focusing on the 10-year horizon, can we identify some shorter time frame so we would know earlier if we weren't making the progress needed?
I don't know how best to respond to that. We try to deliver the $33 million of projects per year. In the big scheme of things, where we could do a better job, I think, in terms of addressing more lane miles with our service treatment program. Right now, we're covering 1% to 2% of our network per year, just in the engineering service treatment projects themselves. As I mentioned, we're trying to better characterize and capture the anticipated projects from the next 10-year plan. We don't do a very good job of that. We do capture the benefit when they are completed. So in terms of the question about, are we going to achieve our targets down the road? We're still trying to characterize what's going to benefit our asset and how to best capture those and project those in our model to reflect that future condition.
Yeah. And, this graphic right here does show that in terms of identifying the biggest bang for the buck, you've been able to do that. So we just want to underscore that. Thank you. Yep. Herman.
And just to follow up too, I think it's hard when we do these workshops because everything's in its kind of its own microcosm. And we're talking about the 10-year plan and it feels like that's all the money that we have, or we're talking about the asset management program and that's all the money we have. And we're about to hear the budget workshop that's going to ask you to put more money into pavement, and it'll feel like, well, that's all the money we have.
Mhm.
It's combining it all together. I think the example maybe to address, like, we're never going to hit, I don't think we're ever going to hit all these performance measures perfectly, but the example from, I think it was last year or the year before, our culvert condition, our goal is less than 5% poor, and we're at 6.1% poor. Well, we used $60 million of redistribution funds that year put into culverts. I think that was like 4 or 5 years worth of annual culvert money that we did in one big drop to see. It takes time for those to get rebuilt, and then we see the difference, but we'll start to see those differences. And what you'll hear in the budget workshop is now it's pavement. This year we're working with Region 3 on some interstate pavement. We want some looking at Fuels Impact Enterprise for some pavement, both in Region 3 and a couple other regions, in addition to the redistribution funds. So we take all of those 3 pots, those unexpected funds we might have, the 10-year plan funds we have, and then the biggest pot, which is the asset management pot. And together we try to meet those goals. But with the push and pull that we have in the limited budget, we probably will never meet our goals.
Thanks.
Commissioner Marcano.
Thank you, Commissioner Cook. So I have a two-parter here. So on the next page, actually, since it's already been brought up about the drivability life, these figures are trending in the wrong direction, right? It looks like we met the goal in 2022 at a high of 81, and now we're down to 71 for the last year that we have data available. So I guess my first question is, what part of the state is a lot of the increase in the low condition occurring? Or what parts of the state? Maybe it's not like one necessarily region, but like one type of environment, perhaps.
I think it varies depending on where you're at around the state. I wouldn't say there is any one particular area that benefits or has a lower drivability life than others. You're going to see, as Herman mentioned, the request for the $80 million in redistribution funds to those low drivability life roads in the budget workshop part of it. Those are primarily targeting low DL rural roads, although that wasn't a criteria for it. It's just low drivability life roads that have deteriorated to the point where when our model looks at them and looks at the benefit of doing a treatment to the cost of doing that treatment, it's probably not going to rise to the level of recommending a treatment on those projects. So we have a lot of roads out there like that we are trying to address through those other sources of funding and try to bring them into a better condition so that they can then fall back into our annual cycle of being reviewed for subsequent treatments down the road.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm interpreting what you said correctly. So we are putting some dollars into some areas where there are roads that are in really bad condition, but that doesn't quite bring them up to get into the next level. So then we come back in the future to hopefully then bump them up. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct. Yeah, that $80 million, more than likely, we're not going to get a recommendation from our model to do a treatment out there through our asset management perspective. But if we can fund those roadways and do a treatment with the $80 million of federal redistribution funds, that would improve the condition. The model would then recognize that they're at a condition and bring them back up for review, either a preventative maintenance type activity down the road or maybe a rehab in the future.
Okay, and then my second question, I guess, is our regional funding reflective of this reality where we're having a lot of these issues, And I guess maybe a third follow-up, if you will, would be like, are we adequately prioritizing those areas then?
The specific areas?
Yeah, these specific areas, because like I see the red section growing, right? And just like that is alarming to me, right? So it's like, why are we allowing that to happen?
So like I said, the region allocations, the percentage that they get from the service treatment program is model-based. So we look at a 20-year planning horizon for that. We look at the 20-year condition of the roadway and the anticipated networks. And we use that construction program output and the amount of money going to that, as well as the projections on that to anticipate and develop the region percentage planning totals for the surface treatment program. So it varies every 2 years. We go through a recalculation methodology where we look at and revise the model forecast. We look at the current condition of the regional networks, and we develop new planning percentages for the regions every 2 years. So the last ones that we've developed are I'm looking at Laura over there, FY 29 and 30, sorry. I believe those are the last two approved. So this year, in 2026, we'll be starting that process over again to look at FY 31 and FY 32 planning percentages for the regions.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I've got Commissioner Ritter online. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. And first off, when I first came on the commission in 2023, I took a look at the number and it was at 3.2, and then much to my dismay, we went up to 3.3. So I'd really like to congratulate the team to bringing it down 30% over the last couple of years. That's impressive. When you get that kind of improvement on any kind of infrastructure activity, that's serious stuff. So thank you. Mine is a very, question focused on my own region to some extent, which is really from Evergreen West. And we only have I-70. But my question is this: does the Floyd Hill and the Vale projects, which have been, shall we say, improving ideally over long term, I-70, will they impact our score, given that we've put so much effort and revenue into that expenditures? Or are they just too small to impact the the size of the, say, I-70 and I-25?
So the two projects by themselves are fairly short. I think Vale Pass is 10 miles. I'm not sure the actual limits of the Floyd Hill project, but anything that we can do to improve our network and the interstate network is going to contribute to that. I don't believe there are a lot of federal poor segments within either of those two projects, perhaps some on the Vale Pass. Where we had a lot of clusters of our federal poor segments were on the Eastern Plains primarily, and then our southern I-25 length. That's where our main focus has been. Jason could probably speak better to maybe to the project there on Vale Pass in terms of that. But I think anything that we can do to improve our interstate condition is going to help. That mountain corridor up there, particularly the Vale Pass area all the way through to about Georgetown, just gets speed up every year. One of the other model improvements that we made was to revise our pavement anticipated life curve in that stretch of roadway. And we recognize that our pavements up there only perform for about 6 years versus 10 to 15 in other parts of the state. So it's a very needy environment up there in terms of the investment needed to do projects.
Thank you very much. And I know you guys are working hard on the Kansas to, shall we say, Denver area, and given over the last couple of years, the frequency of even my friends mentioning the improvement of the quality, but just the overall, shall we say, difference between Kansas and Colorado. So thank you for working on that area as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for taking our tough questions also. Really appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, why don't we roll on into the joint TC and FIE budget workshop? So we don't have Jeff here. We've got Bethany Nicholas, Darius Pakbaz, and Craig Hurst.
All right, thank you. I have a couple handouts. Is there someone who might help me hand things out? Sally, do you mind helping me? Oh. I should have done that a little earlier. Okay. So you will be receiving a Appendix A revenue allocation plan for both FY26 and FY27 there. Of course, those are on the external website, linked in your packet. So you can get to them digitally, but I know a lot of commissioners have mentioned in the past they like to have a paper copy. So thank you, Sally. All right, so I'm going to start off with the FY26 budget amendment. And after we go through sort of amending our current year budget, I'll move on to FY27 development of the upcoming fiscal year budget. So next slide, please. All right, I want to start by just sharing the agenda here. So I'll go through a reconciliation of the program reserve balance, just to jog memories about where we're at with our program reserve funding. And then there are 4 items for consideration today. And 3 of these Jeff previewed with you last month. So I won't spend too much time in my presentation on them, although after I finish, I will hand it over to the chief or the deputy chief engineer and the RTDs to kind of go through specifics around the supplemental funding for the pavement condition. And they'll give you some details around projects for that funding. Otherwise, this should be largely a review of what was presented last month with one small addition, which is some avalanche mitigation needs that have come up near Loveland Pass, and I'll discuss that. And then I'll go through next steps. Next slide. Okay, so just as a starting point, as a reminder, where we ended with the program reserve balance, we were at $144.4 million. And that was after adjusting in September when we did revenue reconciliation, adding in the redistribution funds that we received from FHWA. And then we did have 2.8 million of budget amendments that were approved in September. And that puts us at a starting point this month with 144.4 million. Next slide. Okay, this table gives you line by line detail of what those 4 budget amendment items are. The 80 million in supplemental funding for pavement condition. These next 2 items, the MLOS personal services budget shortfall combined with the avalanche mitigation total 16.2 million, which is what was presented to you last month. This month, there's a slight change here where we're asking to carve out $2 million to address a critical need for some avalanche mitigation near Loveland Pass. And that we're requesting to come out of the 16.2 million because we're limited by the state funding. So it has to be state highway fund, and that's all the state highway fund we have. We can use federal funds for the pavement and for the other items. So and then the last item here, Region 4 MLOS roll forward, that was previewed last month, which is just a roll forward item that was missed first, that needs to be rolled forward to allow that region to do some striping. The one thing, well, I'll wait, I'll go to the next slide. Okay, so given those 4 requests, if they are approved, that would bring the ending program reserve balance down to 47.1 million, which is in line with generally where we like to target that balance around $40 million is what we've seen to kind of work over the years. So the one thing I do want to mention here is that 47.1 million remaining in the program reserve is federal money. So of course, the majority of the funding came from redistribution, and we've allocated out all the state highway funds. So in making future decisions, we really do need to be mindful of trying to use those funds for projects and initiatives that are eligible for federal funds. Next slide. Okay, I think you saw this slide last month. So we will go over the supplemental funding request for pavement condition. Obviously, over the last several years, as we just talked about in detail, CDOT has focused a lot on trying to improve pavement condition. And at the end of my presentation, I will hand it over for a lot more detail on this item. So I won't spend too much time here. Next slide. This slide you also saw last month, which is at the time we set the FY26 budget, we did not have sufficient state highway fund in order to fully fund the personal services budget for MLOS. So we're asking for funding to be able to do that. Last month, we kind of came up with the figure of $16.2 million, which is what's available. But as I mentioned, I'll kind of talk through the request that's now coming that is needed for some avalanche mitigation needs, which would bring this request down to 14.2 million. Next slide. Okay, so this is the new item. And the Division of Maintenance and Operations has kind of come forward and is asking for $2 million to replace GasX exploders that are used for avalanche mitigation near Loveland Pass. And I guess what's happened is since these were installed in 2015, they've kind of seen that they're known to be unreliable and present an elevated risk of catastrophic failure. The manufacturer has issued safety warnings. They've had, I believe, 3 catastrophic failures, the most recent one in February. And it's really an issue. And there is an additional memo in your packet that really gives a lot of good information, and the pictures are very telling on this item. And so they are urgently kind of requesting this funding to be able to replace the GasX array immediately to make sure that they have sort of that proven system that is used in other places in the state. And
Yeah, thanks, Bethany. Just to add, in the memo, it says catastrophic failure. I just want to clarify that just a little bit, is that there is no risk to human or anything else. This is a catastrophic failure of the actual mechanism. It basically self-implodes and it does not perform as needed. So what we have to do then is dispatch our team with an avalauncher, which is shoots rounds up top. And just to paint you a clearer picture of this, every year our professional maintainers have to hike up to remove the cylinders and things like that, and then they ski down. So when this GasX system fails, they have to hike up and get the helicopter, pick it up, and then send it down. What would potentially replace these 10 items would be a system where our professional maintainers would not have to go up to 14,000 feet. A helicopter would basically circle above it, hook on to the mechanism, pick it up, and deliver it to the maintainers on the ground. So it's kind of twofold with this. So great explanation, Bethany.
All right, next slide. So this is the fourth and final item, which is a Region 4 request to roll forward some funds from FY25, 1.1 million to cover a request that was actually inadvertently missed during fiscal year end close with a striping project that kind of crossed fiscal years. And in order to not have them kind of have that shortfall in their current year budget, we'd like to go ahead and let them roll forward this funding to be able to do that. Next slide. And that's it for me. I think before I hand things over to talk about pavement, I did want to mention there is a budget supplement in the packet, and we don't typically kind of go through slides in the workshop, but just as a reminder, there's a Region 2 request and a Region 5 request that will come up tomorrow in the commission meeting. And Region 2 is requesting 2.2 million from the contingency reserve to reimburse the region's culvert program and maintenance unit for completed emergency repairs to a culvert on Colorado 21, Powers Boulevard in Colorado Springs. It was an emergency and they had to use their own funds and are asking to be reimbursed for that. And then Region 5 has a $5.1 million request from the contingency reserve to replace 2 overhead pipe structures that move irrigation water above US 160 west of Bayfield. Those structures were seeing increased seepage and leaking onto the highway, and there weren't funds kind of dedicated for that purpose in available. So there's a request also that will come up tomorrow out of the contingency funding within the supplement. So I just wanted to mention that. And then with that, if we want to pull up the pavement slide deck, I will hand it over to let you see some detail about the request for pavement funding.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bob Hayes. I'm the Deputy Chief Engineer. I could not ask for this presentation to be teed up any better than it's been teed up to date. So I really appreciate Toby and Craig going through the asset management slide deck. Really helped paint the picture. And as we've talked about already, we're chasing a number that we're currently falling short of. And so we do have a unique opportunity. And as Herman talked about the infusion of money for the culvert funds, we also have a unique opportunity this year for an infusion of money for some pavement preservation and trying to chase after some of these low drivability life surfaces, pavements, roads that probably would not make it onto our surface treatment list just because of their the rural location, the low number of ADT on those highways, and just the benefit cost is just not there for these roadways. And so we've gone through a process of trying to prioritize those, and we'll have the RTDs from the various regions go through the projects. But if I could have the next slide, please. I won't belabor this too much. We've talked about drivability life and what it is. We've talked about the 80% goal that we're chasing after. I will say that we've worked really well together between our pavement folks, our materials folks, and the regions to come up with a solution here that tries to address these low drivability life roadways across the state and utilize cost-effective treatments to try and get the most bang for our buck with these funds. Once again, just want to reiterate, these are not projects that would have been on our surface treatment project list or our existing planned 10-year list. And so we have a plan to deal with those projects. These are roadways that would not have been addressed without your approval to use the funds in this manner. Next slide, please. And so you'll see the distribution here. So you can see how we're proposing to use the $80 million over the various regions. And then of note, the 115.8, so almost 116 centerline miles, which equates to approximately 230 lane miles on these roadways. And so we are putting a dent in our low drivability lane miles. And so pretty excited to be able to walk through these various projects with you and ultimately, hopefully, gain your approval on using the funds in this manner. So with that, I will hand it off to Region 1. So Jessica Mickelbus will walk through her projects, and then we'll just go through the various regions so you guys can see what we're proposing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. Jessica Mickelbust, Region 1 Transportation Director. So I'm just going to give a little bit of a personality profile on each of the roadway segments for Region 1 that we ended up selecting. We had plenty to pick from, so we spent quite a bit of time really having good discussions with my materials team on kind of some of our older ones that haven't been touched in quite a while. So the first proposed project is State Highway 46. This is actually part of the access road into Golden Gate Canyon State Park. So we really felt like, highlighting some of our state's really great state parks, having a nice roadway access also would be very pleasant. There's a high motorcycle utilization on this road, so the rutting and the cracks are really challenging. The last work on this road was 1972 and 1985. So that's our first one, and that's not my oldest. State Highway 79 in Bennett. Our partners in Bennett, we hear a lot from them, so I'm really excited to put this project forward. This is a road that has really heavy freight utilization. When you look on the Google Maps, there's actually a couple of CMVs sitting kind of parked on the edge of the road. Very heavy rutting. I'm surprised this road is still kind of holding up as it is. The last work here was actually 2008, and it's also called Palmer Avenue. So again, this is in State Highway 79 in Bennett. Okay, Morrison Road, State Highway 8 in Lakewood. So the last time this road was touched was when Eisenhower was president in 1957. We have been, patching it and kind of holding it together, but I confirmed with the team, I didn't believe them, and they said, no, that's correct. The records we have are back from 1957. So the neighborhood is going to be very excited to have this roadway resurfaced. As Bob mentioned, it never kind of meets the cut for a resurfacing project. This portion of State Highway 8 is located east of Kipling, so kind of to give you a context of the area. State Highway 22, Brighton, Adams County. This is also known as 124th between Sable and US 85. Last date of work 1969. A little bit of a rural feeling area. There's a school and kind of a lot of horse properties and some residences against the road. So I feel like this is a really tiny but mighty project. The residents and the school along the corridor and those going to and from the area are going to be really excited to have a drivability life higher than 0. So this is one of our projects that we're proposing. And then next slide. Unique to Region 1, I did come forward with some ramp projects. I really talked with my materials team at length. Ramps are generally, we don't collect data on our ramps, so we don't get drivability life on our ramps, but I would surmise that several of these are 1 or probably 0. So as you're getting onto and off of a highway, you want to have a nice smooth ramp. You're usually turning your head to look over for merging traffic. So highway, the rutting, the potholes can make that a little bit challenging. So a couple ramps that we've proposed with our dollars, the eastbound and westbound County Line Road ramp to I-25, and then the westbound 6th Avenue ramp to northbound I-25. Both of those are in pretty poor shape. So I think the traveling public will be really excited when they drive the highway and they have a nice access ramp. So those are the projects currently proposed for Region 1. I don't know if you want to do questions by region or if you would like to wait.
Okay. Any questions for Region 1, Jessica? Go ahead, Commissioner Marcano.
Thank you. And thank you, Jessica, for this presentation. I just wanted to ask if you could maybe tee up the conversation around the ramps and why these are not considered, if I'm remembering correctly, part of our highway maintenance. Why are these, which are, from my perspective, these are very much part of a highway system, right? Why do we treat these separately?
So I'm going to answer a piece of that question, and I think Craig is still here, so I might tap him as well. So when we have large resurfacing projects, we just had one on I-25. So the asphalt on I-25 is looking really nice right now. A lot of times we don't have enough dollars to spread to also do all of the ramps adjacent to the highway. So the ramps are kind of left for we can get to it in the future. And sometimes we can include the ramps as part of our resurfacing projects. And when we can, we absolutely do our best to do so. I would say that in the case of these ramps down south on I-25 County Line Road, we haven't really had a major project down on I-25 in quite some time, and probably similar to the westbound 6th Avenue ramp. That one probably could have been touched with the resurfacing on I-25, but started to really pull, your footprint of the resurfacing kind of further out from the main line. Our maintainers do maintain them. I don't want it to come across. They are touching them up. They're filling potholes. They're sealing cracks as much as they can, kind of doing the Band-Aid work. Does that help? Anything to add?
No, I think the question's on the DL. I think it's not that work's not being done, is the DL is not collected on the ramps. Usually when we have a collection piece, it's required under the highway performance monitoring system, what we are designed to collect. And actually as part of the DL, we collect more than what is federally required. So, but unfortunately to capture everything, it's very difficult in a single year.
So I can,
Yes.
so that addresses part of the question, which is, why we're using different buckets of funding. What I'm still unclear about is, I guess, where does the decision to not count highway on and off ramps as part of the highway itself, when we're talking about, kind of tying back to our maintenance discussion earlier, and then what's, in our asset discussion. I'm just still a little in the dark about that, because to my mind, and I think probably to most of the traveling public, they would agree that your ramps are part of your highway system, right? So.
Well, I may phone a friend on there, because we have what's required under federal guidelines that we have to give to the federal government through the highway performance monitoring system. As far as where those specific requirements come from, I can't answer that for you, but I don't know, Craig, if you have any further on that. But like I said, we do collect more than what is federally required for DL.
I don't know if I can add too much to the conversation. When we submit the list for the vendor data collection, we've never really included the ramps in there. As Jessica mentioned, most of the time when we come through with projects, we'll just address those at the same time as our centerline mainline highway. A lot of the issue with, I think, data collection, particularly IRI, the roughness aspect of it, when we're starting on those ramps, we need to have a continuous speed going into them. So if we're starting at the top and then stopping at the bottom, for instance, I don't know that we get very good data collection. We'd obviously be able to capture the cracking data. As you can see from the pictures there, you can see that pretty readily, but it's never been collected from the CDOT perspective.
So I feel, thank you for your answers. I still feel unsatisfied about the topic. So maybe we'll have some more conversation offline, but that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Ron Papsdorf used to make the point when he was at DRCOG that, a lane mile in the metro area or along the interstate is quite a bit different from a lane mile in a rural area. And, using that as an argument to get more funding for the lane miles here where you have off ramps and, much more elaborate structures. But I don't know if that's what feeds into that distinction. Anyway, go ahead. Any other on for Jessica? Okay, ready for Region 2.
All right.
Ferguson, go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. Shane Ferguson, Region 2 Director. For you today, I'm going to talk about one project that we're going to have in Region 2 with us. It's Colorado Highway 12 near Trinidad in Los Animas County, from Coal Creek down to Trinidad. The project length is approximately almost 32 miles, centerline miles. The project is going to be doing essentially an overlay, about a 2.5-inch overlay for that full distance, or most of that distance. We do have a segment in between sections that we are skipping that was not identified as a DL section. We're estimating the project to be about $17 million. We're going to go ahead and move forward with design for that project this spring, with anticipation to advertise the project in the fall and construction in calendar year 27. The reason we chose this project again was We were expecting, or what's anticipated about a 0 to 1 year of life remaining on this section of the corridor. Our maintenance team was a real participant in identifying and helping us understand what corridors and projects that we would want to elevate. This area of the Highway 12 really rose to the top based off of just their conversations with them, and it's really one of the problem children corridors, if you will, and patching it together and keeping the highway together. Outside of that, this is a scenic highway, and so it's definitely going to be a very pretty area to do the work in. And outside of that, I'm willing to take any questions for Region 2 on this project.
Any questions for Shane Ferguson? Looks like we're good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Region 3, Jason, go
Thank
ahead.
you, Commissioners. So Jason Smith, the Region 3 Director. So I similarly did a process with my team. I pulled together my pavement engineer, my superintendents for each section, and my planner, and we had a discussion, tried to pull a list together of sections of roadway that fall outside the current plans. We don't have identified it anywhere for any funding. And so we pulled those segments of roads together and looked at different criteria to see what would make the most sense for us for projects to propose with our $20 million. We identified 2 sections of road. The first one's on State Highway 25, which is north of Walden. This one's up towards the Wyoming line in Jackson County. And it's roughly 10 miles of a poor section. The reason we identified this one is really my maintenance team's putting a lot of money and effort into that roadway right now to hold it together. And so we figured this would be the best benefit for us in the region to really get this section overlaid, something done with it so we can move to other areas and focus our time and attention. Another section that we identified then at the top of the list would be State Highway 139, which is south of Rangeley. This one's over by the Utah border. Again, these are entrances to the state and people drive these a lot. This section, we get a lot of complaints from the county commissioners up there. We hear from them regularly as well. And the team was putting a lot of money and focusing time and attention into this section. It's roughly, again, another 10-mile section and for about $7.4 million. So, any questions? 2 projects that I'm proposing. And I want to thank the commission again for this opportunity because this is extra funding is going to help us tremendously.
Questions for Region 3? Yes, Commissioner Masters.
So just quickly and just off the top of your head, what does it cost to maintain that 20 miles in regards to repairing it every year?
The maintenance cost that we're funding through MLOS?
What's it, yeah, just per year?
Oh, I'll pull that off at the top of my head. It's a lot of it depends. I mean, you average it out because these sections haven't been paved for 25 to 30 years.
Right.
It's pretty low cost, honestly, in the sense of the grand scheme of things. It's mostly the time and the effort. A lot of times the materials, we haven't done a chip seal up there. So a lot of it's to crack seal, the pothole repairs. And so you're probably talking more, $20,000, roughly a mile up there for those sections. But it's, like I said, it's relatively small in the grand scheme of things, but what it does is it pulls the team away from other sections of road.
Anybody else? Okay, Region 4, Heather Paddock.
All right. Good afternoon, Heather Paddock, Region 4 Director. I'm just going to talk about one project. This is Colorado 94. If you head straight east from Colorado Springs and go outside of the Region 2 boundary, you'll hit the Region 4 boundary. And this stretch of road, there is 50 miles of 94 in Region 4. It ties into US 40 from the region line. That whole stretch of road is low drivability. With the funding that we have, we are planning to do about 35 center lane miles, but we are going to bid that work is basically give us as many miles of a 2-inch overlay as you can. This is one of those roads that has low volume and never shows up on the, in the asset program as a priority because it's a low volume road, but it does have about 20% trucks on it. So that's a lot of wear and tear. This is a parallel route to I-70. So sometimes people, if something's gone on I-70, they'll use it as a detour route. And I get a lot of complaints from the county and the Eastern TPR about the pavement status of this. So this was a big priority of our maintainers, and we feel like our dollars were best served here. It will provide a nice canvas for our maintainers to then maintain the road. And I'll add, the last time work was done on this 50-mile stretch, some of it in 1969 and another section of it in 2003. So it's been a while.
Any questions? I think we're seeing that they're all badly needed. Julie Constant.
Yes, next slide. Region 5, we are looking at Colorado Highway 114. We selected this highway because we were able to get about half of it done with a previous rural road paving project as our 10-year plan, but we couldn't get the whole thing done. So we decided that this is the best place with our low DLs to go ahead and keep working on this section of highway. The county commissioners through here definitely expressed concern that we keep working away on this highway. Our maintenance team, like Jason, but they spend time working on here. They're not able to work on other portions of their areas. And Highway 114 ends up being a little bit of a bypass for Monarch Pass and Highway 50. Anytime that closes down, this is another way to get over the mountains just south of Monarch Pass. So it's definitely a priority for us to continue to keep it in good shape. So we will do about 15 miles, centerline miles, or a total of 30 lane miles with this project.
Any questions? I don't see any. I have one general question. Maybe it's for Herman. Herman, was there something magic about the 80 million? I remember we want to keep about 40 million in the contingency fund.
Yeah, it was a math issue, but I'll defer to Bethany on it.
Yeah, I mean, I can confirm that you're absolutely right. That's just the available funding that we have, trying to maintain kind of that balanced target that we like to have in the program reserve.
So we've got 47 million, or is it a little less right now?
Yeah, I think currently did I say 47 million?
We may have had an added project or something, but yeah, okay. Thank you all very much. All righty, is this you, Darius, for the, sorry. Commissioner Gutierrez. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Chair Cook, I tried to get your attention earlier. I want to backtrack to one other question, and that was on the GasX issue that we had. And I guess the question I have is, it seemed to me that was a material and manufacturing issue. Do we have any recourse on trying to recoup some of the costs for that, or is it too old and we've used it too long?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. Sorry, I didn't introduce earlier. Sean Smith, Director for DM&O. So we went back and the vendor graciously stated that they would give us 30% off if we purchased a new product from them. That's the recourse. So to us, it's best to go ahead and just cut our losses with the GasX system.
Thank you, Commissioner Gutierrez. Okay, so FIE, Darius?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have one request today that we're bringing forward as part of the Fuels Impact Enterprise Board part of the workshop, and this is the requested fund to use the requested funding that is available from the state portion. So this is after the local portion has already been allocated, and the state portion of the dollars that hasn't been allocated yet by the board, and additional funds that were collected to allocate that to the I-70 resurfacing from Horizon Drive to Palisade and Grand Junction project. So this particular project, we talked a little bit about it a couple hours ago, but it's going to be a 6 miles of resurfacing in Grand Junction, includes a 2-inch mill and overlay on both lanes, 2 sets of access ramps, and address low drivability life pavement on the interstate in Grand Junction. The reason we believe this is a good candidate for FIE is because it is a national highway freight corridor, and it's a hazardous materials corridor in the state, and one of the main transportation hubs for the transport of fuel throughout the western slope. And it aligns with its mission and vision since it's right next of the enterprise, since it's right next to one of the fuel racks. In fact, I think the major fuel rack for the western slope, if I believe. So that helps with the transportation of the of fuel throughout the state, and we'll have a lot of support. So the funding request for this, which will be brought forward for you, is $8 million of the total $9.1 million for this project. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Darius. Okay, so we're back on Bethany, please proceed. Is this the budget amendment?
Yeah, so I think that concludes FY '26 budget amendment, and then we'll move on to FY '27. So last month, Jeff walked through a first look at FY '27, provided a high-level overview to start the conversation. This month, we've now built in a few more pieces of information. So I'll kind of go over the budget allocation plan at a high level. The governor submitted his budget request on November 1st to the legislature. So there's a couple pieces coming out of that request that we've now incorporated into our budget allocation plan. And then I'll just talk about kind of what's to come next. Next slide. Okay, so just looking again at sources. So, there's a couple minor changes from when you looked at this slide last month. But for FY '27 overall, we're projecting $2,305 million in new revenue for CDOT and all of the enterprises combined. The majority of that coming from federal programs, which make up over 35% of our funding, or $813.2 million. The next largest portion of our funding comes from the Highway User Tax Fund at about 29%, or $664 million of our funding. And then up next, behind those two major sources, we have the enterprises. So the CTIO being the largest enterprise, I guess all three of these large enterprises combined now make up over 25% of our budget. The largest being CTIO at 11%, which is about $255 million, followed by Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise at almost $200 million, and then the Clean Transit Enterprise at $127 million for FY '27. The two smaller enterprises we've rolled up into the other state funds category. They're a bit smaller, but in that category, beyond the non-attainment enterprise and the fuels impact enterprise, we have also things like the aviation fuel taxes, appropriated special programs, miscellaneous revenue, and that comes to about $195 million, or 8.5% of our funding. And then this year for our legislative funding, we have the $50.5 million general fund transfer that is coming from Senate Bill 260. Of course, it was reduced last session by, I think it was Senate Bill 258, which kind of temporarily reduced our general fund transfers. And then those additional dollars will be made up in future years. But for FY '27, that's $50.5 million, and then the extra $500,000 that we get from the Capital Development Committee funds in that category. So that kind of makes up our funding picture for FY '27. Next slide. The uses side of the equation here. You can see capital construction, of course, is our largest category at 33.7%, or $777 million about. That includes kind of a lot of things we just talked about. So asset management, safety programs, 10-year plan, RPP for the regions. The second largest category, maintenance and operations. The vast majority of our state highway fund goes to maintenance and operations at $595 million, or a little over 25% of our budget. And then underneath that, we have our sub-allocated, or our sort of pass-through dollars that go to local agencies, 15%, or $346 million. Some of the other categories include multimodal services, $236.5 million. So that includes kind of all of our programs within CDOT, but also the grant programs within the Clean Transit Enterprise, CTIO, and the other enterprise I'm blanking on. But our three enterprise multimodal grant programs are in that category. Administration and agency operations, 152.4 million or 6.6%. So this is our kind of appropriated administration budget as well as our agency operations budget. And then finally, we have kind of the collection of everything else, other programs, debt service, and contingency funding at 198.6 million, or 8.6% of our funding. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the entire budget allocation plan is posted on our website. If you just Google CDOT budget, you can find your way there. There's links to a full narrative as well as all the appendices. We typically talk about Appendix A and sometimes Appendix B here, but there is a lot of other information available on the website in all of these kind of other appendices. Next slide. So kind of, as a reminder, our FY27 revenue allocation plan is set based on our most recent revenue forecast, which was completed September of this year. We'll do another quarterly forecast in December, and we'll take a look. If there are major changes, we may want to adjust the plan and come back in January and kind of adjust those allocations. But sometimes if there's not major changes, we kind of go with the September revenue forecast. But that's what we've used to go ahead and balance the FY27 budget. We take flexible revenue and allocate that based on kind of prior decisions that have been made. So any amounts adopted by the commission in the previous fiscal year plan, we use those dollar amounts to kind of set the baseline in the budget. For inflexible revenue, where there's like federal regulation or a state statute that tells us exactly what we have to do, we just simply put those dollars to those programs. And then as we kind of looked at today, for the asset management and maintenance programs, we fund those according to what you've approved already in sort of the asset management planning totals. The last one was done in September 2022 for FY27. So all told, the plan is balanced right now in draft form at the 2.3 billion for CDOT and the enterprises. Next slide. We have Appendix B that we're kind of bringing forward to you this month, the spending plan. This appendix is meant to give you a more complete holistic picture of our budget. So looking at just the revenue allocation plan, you see 1 year of revenue allocation, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. The spending plan, it reflects kind of multiple prior years of revenue allocation in that we're forecasting what we expect to spend this year, which could be a result of what we've planned with our previous revenue. So it's organized by the same categories that are in the one sheet that are in the revenue allocation plan, but in the subcategories, it's lined up with how we spend our dollars. So like right-of-way acquisition or consultant payments or, contractor payments, things like that. So looking at kind of all of the projects and everything we have in process and all of our annual operating funds, this is our picture of what we think we'll spend in FY27. Next slide. So shifting gears a little bit and looking at kind of what's changed since last month. November 1st, the governor did submit the budget request for the state to the legislature, and CDOT did have a decision item within that request, which was to ask for 55.6 million in cash fund spending authority for the multimodal options fund program. If you'll remember, so the Multimodal Options Fund is one of a few programs that are annually appropriated, where we have to request permission to get spending authority to use the funds that are in our cash balance. So the large majority of the CDOT budget is in the construction, maintenance, and operations line, and those funds are continuously appropriated, which is under the purview of the commission, and the commission makes those decisions and sets that budget. But the MMF program is subject to legislative appropriation, and we have to get spending authority from the legislature in the long bill to be able to use the funds that are in the cash balance. So this request is to allow us to do that. So it is meant to give us access to the full fund balance that the program has so that they can cover all of their commitments and all of the spending that they want to do within that program. So not only sort of encumbered funds that come from being under contract, but also the expenditures. So those things combined, we have to have permission to do that. So total, we're asking for $55.6 million. And the table kind of breaks out what lines those funds go into. The first two lines, the 4 million for Mustang and the 22.4 million for MMOF local, that's based on the new revenue we're anticipating within the program, which is $26.4 million. And it's split out based on the 85-15% split that's defined in statute, where we have to kind of split those funds. The other piece there, the 29.2 million, is access to prior year revenue. Over the years, we've lost kind of access to some of our spending authority, but those local agency projects are still in process and still spending. So we need to ask to get that authority back to be able to allow those projects to continue to have access to the funds. So that's kind of the description of what we're trying to accomplish here by asking for this spending authority in the governor's budget request. And so it is just a request at this point. It has to go through the legislative process. It'll, go to the Joint Budget Committee in sort of that February timeframe. They'll vote, and then around March or April, we'll see the long bill and we'll know what the outcome of that is. But for our purpose today, we've gone ahead and just built it into the budget as part of our proposed draft. Next slide. The other item that was in the governor's budget request is our administration line funding. This is also another line that is subject to annual appropriation. So the legislature oversees how much we can have in funding in our administration line. So we have made updates to reflect what was in the governor's November 1 budget request. The items changing in there in comparison to what you saw last month are information that's kind of provided to us on common policies and increases to salaries and benefits for all state employees per the state's partnership agreement with Colorado Winds. So these are items that other departments lead, and they make determinations on, and then we receive that information and we have to update our allocations based on that. The one big thing that's happening here is we're actually seeing a decrease. So the amount that we had kind of put in as a placeholder, estimating in October, was 54.9, but we're seeing in the request that it's 48.1. And that's due to a large decrease that we saw from the payments to risk management allocation from the Department of Personnel and Administration. So they have an actuary that looks at kind of all the historical data from the whole state and all the claims. And every year they do an analysis and they come up and they kind of let all the state agencies know what their allocations are. And this year, based on that analysis, our allocation went down $6.7 million, which is great news because that frees up that funding. And we can set that aside so that as we go through the budget setting process, January, February, March, when other things come up, we'll have a little bit of funding to be able to address that because we still have a lot of moving parts going on. So right now we've just kind of parked it in the program reserve line, and then we'll kind of continue to discuss it as we go through the whole process. Next slide. So as far as the whole process, what's coming next, legislative changes, session will start in January. We're going to closely monitor any proposed legislation that is introduced, assess whether there's going to be an impact to our budget, and bring that to you and inform you about what's going on there and make adjustments about where we need to. I mentioned that we're going to be doing a new updated revenue forecast in December. We'll put that in your packet informationally in January, and if it's substantial differences, we'll come have a workshop and discuss that. The other thing that's going on right now is we're running an internal process where all of the divisions and regions are setting their annual operating budgets. And as part of that, they may have changes or requests, and we're reviewing those items. Per PD 703, anything over $1 million we'll bring back for your review, most likely in February. So, there could be some dollars there that need to get allocated for specific things that divisions and regions need within their operating budgets. The administration line will likely change again as the legislature begins to review and get involved. They may make changes to sort of the funding pieces that go into that administration line. And so we'll have to adjust that as needed. And then finally, the last thing to note here, I just wanted to make mention of the contingency reserve. Right now, we've allocated 15 million to the contingency reserve line, which is kind of typically what we do every year to kind of keep the fund viable, I guess. Depending on where the balance lands in that fund and what other needs come up, we may kind of look at some options and considerations and come back to you with some decision points around whether to move some of that funding to other programs. So just an idea of what you might see in February and March. Next slide. And I think, this kind of comes out of what I discussed, but basically, we may come back in January if the revenue has changed significantly. February, we'll go over kind of those decisions around those operating budgets. And then March, we'll request your review and adoption of the final budget allocation plan. So tomorrow, we do have a resolution where we will ask you to review and adopt the proposed plan because that will allow us to meet the statutory deadline to submit that December 15th, which is kind of required by statute. Next step, or next slide. That's it. What questions do you have for me?
Commissioner Gutierrez had one. Go ahead.
Just a quick one. Can you give us a little more information on that $4 million Mustang line that you had up there, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So the MMWF program, any new revenue that comes into the program, the statute says that 85% goes to local projects and 15% goes to state projects. So the $4 million is 15% of the FY27 anticipated revenue, which is 26.4 million. And there's been prior commission decision that the state funding will go to busting. So we've kind of followed that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? So as Bethany said, we'll have this item plus the budget amendment and supplement on the agenda tomorrow for approval. Okay, how about a break? Why don't we come back at 3:15? Let's say 3:17. We want 10 minutes. Okay. Oh my goodness. How are you? Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. Karen was like, "Gonna get out of here." Yeah.
Okay, look,
They were like,
Elizabeth, together.
Okay, perfect. Well, we'll be ready. You want to have their reports to me. Well, these team on their own.
No,
They were super excited about meeting.
Well, we have two counties.
Yes.
So the initial group is the commissioner of each of those, and then the chair. And so small group, we can. Yeah.
Perfect.
Right, because if you have the leadership.
So on our. Yeah.
Awesome, that'd be great.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, she's gonna try to pull all of us together and try to find. I'll come down.
We need to meet.
That's awesome.
Something I'm just taking advantage of. Yeah. And, that thing's so and I'm gonna first time I've done that thing. All parts is good to be. I think he's in.
Our election. Those two things.
Well, I'm really good at too, so, yeah. She will be good.
I got roped into.
So, I wish. Really good.
It's advancing. We have to see. We do a lot of data. Leadership program.
I never like.
And I work with.
Are you staying tonight? Want to have dinner?
I started in New York City, like.
Oh, you are?
Yes. He has. So he said, he was gonna come over.
No, that's, yeah, I sometimes. Well, yeah. I don't remember so small. Sorry.
Yeah. If you have heard.
Yeah, let's have. Well, Well,
Actually, I can find him. Yeah, well, it's gonna be. Trying to get,
That's right.
talk to the.
I think we can serve up a few and that'll be it with my.
I wouldn't even know.
Yeah.
Holder asked us to. Wow. Nobody's.
That's fine. But I was that, and also.
One minute warning. 1 minute.
Any chance anyone will come along? I'm pushing hard because it's. You're.
Okay, getting ready to go here. For you, Natasha. Okay. All right, why don't we go ahead and get going? We're down to the Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise Workshop, and we have Patrick Olinda and Natasha Butler here with us today, talking about fiscal year 2026 and 2027 BTE proposed annual budget allocation plan. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Patrick Linda. I'm the Managing Director for the Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise. Next slide, please. So here's our agenda for today. So we'll start the presentation by reviewing our fiscal year 2027 proposed budget allocation plan. This is a complementary item to the presentation you just got from Bethany. I also want to note that we did give a more in-depth workshop on the BTE budget in September. So we're just returning to you again for a high-level presentation. Make sure you're refreshed in advance of the approval action that'll be requested tomorrow. We'll then review the fifth supplement to the fiscal year 2026 BTE budget. This will also have an action item attached to it. Then we wanted to give you a progress update on Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise and our involvement in the 10-year plan. So discuss some of the planning activities we've had occurring concurrent with CDOT, There's quite a bit of mention of the enterprise in both the 10-year plan presentation and the asset management presentation. So we wanted to bring those pieces together for you here today. And then we also wanted to, as part of that discussion, focus on our bridge preventative maintenance strategy. Really two reasons we wanted to dig into this today. The first being that Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise only recently had its scope opened up to be able to perform bridge preventative maintenance work. So it's relatively new to the enterprise. And then really our second piece being there is that we are having a bit of a pivot in terms of our investment strategy to focus more on bridge preventative maintenance. So I wanted to talk to the board about that today. Next slide, please. So starting with our budget allocation plan. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a breakdown of our revenue forecast by source for fiscal year 2027. So as you've heard previously, and as the majority of you are likely aware, the enterprises are unique in that we have inflexible revenue. So our annual budgets are predicated upon our revenue forecasts. So if you take a look at our various sources here, about 90% of our revenues for the upcoming year will come through our bridge safety surcharge and our bridge and tunnel impact and retail delivery fees. The remaining 10% comes from a federal funding reimbursement on debt service on our senior bonds, as well as interest earnings. And I will note that our interest earnings are a bit elevated compared to what you'll typically see in the BTE budget, which is around $2 to $2.5 million. This is due to the amount of proceeds that we have in our account at the moment because of the two recent infrastructure revenue bond transactions. One other point to make, really the only difference you'll see in the revenue forecast from what we presented in September is that we have updated line 4. We did have a discrepancy between the BTE and CDOT materials as we were 1 month offset in terms of presenting those to you. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an overview of our program allocations. Just under 60% of our funds are expected to go directly to Bridge and Tunnel Enterprises capital construction program. Just under 40% will go directly to debt service payments and availability payments on the Central 70 project. The remaining 1.5% goes to administrative and operating expenses. Then we also have a $1.4 million allocation to maintenance and preservation. I think that $1.4 million number is a bit deceiving. So to dig into that for a bit, that is particularly for the maintenance of the Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise owned asset pool. So it's about 200 bridges out of our 3,500 on-system bridges that are owned by the enterprise. And most of those were constructed within the past 10 to 15 years. So our maintenance and preservation needs are relatively minimal as those assets are newer in comparison to the rest of the assets we have on the system. So we do expect that that'll grow, but that's the reason it's only $1.4 million. It's not indicative of the department's overall investment in maintenance and preservation. And then finally, just want to make the point that with respect to our capital construction program, later on in the workshop, we'll go over our overall investment strategy over the next 4 years for that portion of our budget. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll ask the chair if we wanted to take questions by segment of the presentation or just wait till the end.
I'd say wait till the end unless somebody says otherwise.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to the 5th supplement to our 2026 budget. So this month we have 2 requests. Both will support the delivery of CDOT's 10-year plan. The first request is for just over $1 million from Region 4 to replace the US 287 over Dale Creek Bridge as part of the US 287 passing lanes and safety improvements project. The bridge is located in Larimer County. It's currently in the 2nd tier of Bridge and Tunnel Enterprises Bridge Prioritization Plan. So we're requesting funding at this time for a few different reasons. So first and foremost, we do believe that we can deliver this structure more efficiently as part of the larger project. We'd expect some cost savings due to economies of scale and some level of schedule acceleration to get this bridge completed. The other piece of this is that with a passing lanes and safety improvements project, they will be going through and bringing the shoulders in the segment of the corridor up to standard. The bridge currently has substandard shoulders. So if we were to leave the bridge in place, we would have a pinch point or necking down of the shoulder width, and that can lead to a potential safety hazard. In addition to the condition rating the bridge, you can see a picture of the bridge pier there in the roughly the middle of the screen. So the structure itself is in very poor condition. The next project we have is a request from Region 1 for $20 million to replace the US 6th and Wadsworth Boulevard structure as part of the interchange project that is in CDOT's 10-year plan. This structure is in the top tier of our prioritization plan. I can say that anecdotally, this structure has taken quite a bit of resources from both maintenance and engineering team to keep it safely operating over the past several years due to its condition. You can see from the photo there, it's actually necessitated the installation of steel deck pans underneath the bridge to make sure we don't have any concrete fouling the roadway underneath. So many thanks to Jessica and her team for advancing that project. One last note on this project is that the board did pre-approve a funding commitment for this project. When the department decided to pursue a raise grant in 2023, the BTE board did approve a $20 million commitment in principle as state matching funds for this project. So this particular action is only formally authorizing us to budget the project. Next slide, please. So moving into the third and final workshop item today. Again, I want to give you an update on the work we've done to update our plans in conjunction with the ongoing CDOT 10-year plan process. Darius has said this a couple of times, and I think he put it well, is that as an enterprise, we are kind of reacting or following along to CDOT's plans. So as those projects are being identified, we're looking to see how we can plug in, help make those projects whole. Are there any opportunities to complete BTE eligible scope as part of those larger projects? And also, as you're aware, if you aggregate the presentations you've seen, that we are a significant piece of the puzzle in terms of the planned funding allocations to our bridge and tunnel assets over the next 4 years. So again, this is just an informational item at this time. Wanted to give you a look at our overall strategy and welcome any feedback that you may have. Next slide, please. So starting with some general information on our role in the 10-year plan. When SB 260 passed in 2021, it did establish us as a key strategic business partner for the 10-year plan in statute. Not only did it provide dedicated revenues for the 10-year plan, it also directed us to prioritize 10-year plan projects when we're determining our funding allocations. So the enterprise is directly tied to the plans with respect to our bridge and tunnel fee revenues. With that, we've been heavily coordinating throughout plan development and determining the extent to, again, leverage those enterprise funds to complete projects in the plan or perform work that might be a good fit for those larger strategic projects. So currently, as everyone's aware, we're in the midst of delivering our program for the current fiscally constrained period. So a number of those projects are advancing through the pipeline. We have cost and schedule certainty on those projects, and the majority of the board's been along for the ride, but we have been executing a plan of finance to make all those projects whole and deliver them timely. So with those processes running their course, nearing their conclusion, we're in a good position where we understand our financing levels, our revenues, and have a good read on our capacity for projects in the next 4-year planning cycle. Next slide, please. So when you aggregate all that information and we look at the 10-year plan, both the existing and proposed 10-year plans, we believe we have capacity to fund the BTE share of all of the existing 10-year plan projects. So all of those projects that are being pulled into the next fiscally constrained period. Beyond that, we have capacity to fund several new bridge replacement projects. We do have a few bridge replacements that we deferred during the last planning period due to the size of the program we were delivering at that time and the desire to not overly leverage the program for financing to deliver those projects, as we're able to keep those bridges safe for that 4-year period and plan them for this period. And then beyond that, we do have a modest amount of unprogrammed capacity, primarily in fiscal year 2029 and fiscal year 2030, that we're looking to use for other statewide bridge needs, such as bridge preventive maintenance and fatigue crack repair. The bridge and tunnel enterprise has largely been focused on bridge replacement since our inception. Really, that's been our bread and butter. The vast majority of our funds go to that purpose. But our current models are showing that over time, we begin to lose ground on our poor bridge population, as we can't replace them as fast as they're turning poor. And really twofold, the average age of a bridge in our population is nearing 50 years. That is the design service life of a bridge. In addition to the demands we're seeing in terms of increased traffic, increased loads on our structures. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a breakdown of our funding allocations by work type that we're planning for the next 4 years. And we really drill in on the next 4 years during this presentation, primarily because given the condition of our bridges is dynamic, often our bridge priorities today don't match those 4 years from now. So really we're looking at today's priorities. You know, some of the examples we can give recently is the US 50 Blue Mesa Bridges emergency response, right? So Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise was able to step in and support that project unplanned, but there's quite a bit of movement of resources. So this is our best guess based on our populations of the bridge and tunnel today. So anyhow, looking at this, a couple things to note is that still the majority of our funds are going towards replacement and rehabilitation. These projects have been selected through our 10-year plan and our board-approved bridge prioritization process. So nothing new here. I'd say in terms of the evolution of the program and a pivot in our investment strategy, we're now directing more funding towards our tunnel capital improvements with a focus on our complex tunnel facilities, the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel and Hanging Lake Tunnel, both looking at functional systems and asset management needs in those tunnels and bridge preventative maintenance. So this will come up a couple times in the presentation. RTD Jason Smith mentioned this in his presentation, but we do have a rather significant allocation to the Glenwood Canyon critical asset repair. So this is one of the examples of us working with CDOT to help advance those projects. Beyond Glenwood Canyon, we're also going to present to you today. We have essentially a strategy of putting about $50 million towards targeted bridge preventative maintenance treatments to improve our long-term bridge condition trends. And Natasha's here with me today to review that in more detail with you. But next slide, please. So a few highlights by work type for the next 4 years. We do not have time to go through every project step by step here, but there really is not too much new here in that the board has seen the majority of these projects. We brought them to you for planning and design funds, for grant opportunities in terms of BTE putting match funding towards these projects. And we've also had a few of these projects that were mentioned in the Region 3 and Region 5 presentations, and I suspect you'd see some of them on the Front Range presentations in January as well. But just a few things to point out. Our largest commitment during the next planning period is the I-270 Critical Bridges Project being completed as part of the I-270 10-year plan project. We have some critical bridge replacements in Region 2. The Colorado 96 project was awarded a Bridge Investment Program planning grant through the US DOT. We also requested your approval to put matching funds towards the US 85 Fountain Creek Critical Bridge Replacement Project. And then just a couple others to touch on is I-76 Phase 4 from Fort Morgan to Brush. This is another example of where we pulled CDOT and enterprise resources, applied for an MPDG grant, and were awarded one. There'll be 2 BTE bridges replaced as part of this project. And similarly with the Elmore's Corner project that RTD Julie Constant presented to you, there is a BTE eligible scope component to this as well that the board previously committed funds to. Next slide, please. So with respect to bridge rehabilitation, one of our focuses of the next 4 years is the rehabilitation of the iconic Red Cliff Arch Bridge. I did try to keep track of how many photos of the Red Cliff Arch showed up in the previous slides, and I think I lost track around 4 or 5. But certainly very familiar, notable structure on our inventory. We brought a design phase funding request to the board in August, which was approved, and the bridge is currently load posted. So we're looking to remove that load posting, and also aspirationally, we'd like the rehabilitation to hopefully allow us to extend the service life of that bridge a minimum of 30 years with only minimum repairs to it. We also have an allocation to the US 50 Blue Mesa Bridges Beyond the emergency response project, there were some critical asset management needs for those structures that we're looking to include in a follow-up package in future years. Again, making sure we extend the service life of those structures to the extent possible. And we also have an allocation to statewide fatigue crack repair. So over the last several years, I'll say, we've seen an uptick in the amount of fatigue cracks that both in severity and frequency that we've been seeing on our steel structures throughout the state. So we're putting this allocation towards trying to get ahead of this particular issue. So if we can address those ahead of time, that prevents emergency projects or potentially a unplanned project at a minimum from needing to be addressed. With respect to bridge preventive maintenance, I mentioned our focus on the Glenwood Canyon Critical Asset Repair Project, as well as our allocation to targeted bridge preventive maintenance. With respect to the tunnels, our focus is on the LED lighting project and the South Tunnel Motor Upgrades and Electrical Distribution Project at the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel Facility. We also have some asset repair needs at HLT, and we're also going to be taking a look at some of the functional systems at HLT that will likely be coming due for some form of either renovation or replacement in the next decade. So as I mentioned, we couldn't run through each project line by line today, but we did provide a summary or a roll-up table at the bottom of this slide. In general, if you look at our bridge replacement scope and bridge rehabilitation scope, we've identified it'll address about 20% of the currently poor deck area we have throughout the state. Digging into the bridge preventive maintenance side of things, what we're looking to do is prevent bridges from falling to poor condition. So we believe that we can essentially get ahead of about 700,000 square feet of poor deck area that's projected to fall poor in the coming years. And again, it's a little bit difficult to estimate at this time as we're still kind of working through the finer details of that program. Next slide, please. And then I did want to touch on the fact that, again, what we're presenting here, a lot of it, everyone in this room has seen before. So about 2/3 of our capital program is dedicated to projects that are in our existing 10-year plan. Largely, these are projects we've been bringing to the board over the past several years. They're already in the pipeline, or they were pegged or planned for fiscal year 27 plus in our 10-year plan. The new projects we're proposing, largely we're looking at 8 bridge replacement or major rehab projects, and then BTE's first dedicated allocation for bridge preventative maintenance funding. Next slide, please. All right, so with that, I did want to introduce our state bridge engineer and staff bridge branch manager, Natasha Butler. So I've invited her to speak to you today because as we've looked at becoming involved in bridge preventative maintenance, her program actually oversees the CDOT bridge preventative maintenance program. So part of the program that falls under the TAMCAP and the presentation you got from Toby earlier today. So we started with them in terms of collaborating and trying to find the best way for Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise to step in and support CDOT with BPM. So I'll turn the presentation over.
Great, thanks, Patrick. Hi, Natasha Butler, CDOT's bridge, state bridge engineer. Sorry, about said bridge asset management engineers, which is what my background is. If you go to the next slide, as Patrick mentioned, right, we've been collaborating to try to figure out how we can utilize BT's new scope extension, and bridge preventative maintenance is really Staff Bridge's bread and butter, right? So we don't always get the shiny new toys that BTE does. So we're really, really excited to be working together. Just as a reminder, the scope expansion means that BTE funds can now be used for bridge preventative maintenance on good and fair bridges. Can also be used to replace a fair bridge if bundled with another poor bridge, if the cost makes sense. Whereas before, really BTE could only be used for poor rated bridges. If we go to the next slide. Now, good, fair, and poor is determined by our National Bridge Inventory Rating Scale, 0 to 9. 7 and above is good, 5 and 6 is fair, 4 and lower is considered poor condition. Bridges are a little bit complicated. They have 3 components that we rate: the deck, the superstructure, and the substructure. The minimum component rating determines the overall rating of the bridge. So if you have a deck in poor condition, but your superstructure and your substructure are in good condition, that bridge is still considered to be in poor condition. Culverts are a little easier. They only receive 1 score. Next slide. So what this graph shows, and we focus on this graph a lot because it's really what we use for our metrics, is the percentage of good, fair, and poor deck area statewide, both historical and forecast. And there are 2 areas that I want us to focus on today. The first is current state, right? What we see at our current state is our investment strategy has actually done a really good job of stopping the decline in the percentage of our good deck area, and we're actually projected to see an increase in percentage of good deck area in the next 5 years. Now, I think Craig said it really well earlier, right? This is a model. This is the best that we have. We have decent confidence in this, but this is also the first time that we've had an inventory of bridges that has a median life of 50 years, right? So we're tracking this every year as we go. So anyhow, our investment strategies are doing pretty good right now. But if we forecast out 20 years and start looking at our percentage of poor deck area, you see that it starts to surpass our 4% national performance measure targets around 2035 and actually starts to approach and surpass the 10% poor federal limits at the end of our forecast. Around the same time, we're seeing a precipitous drop off in our percentage of good deck area. So with that in mind, we go to the next slide. That's how we started to look at the BTE Bridge Preventative Maintenance Strategy. Really, the idea, the way I like to think of it is preventative maintenance is a bit like a tree, right? The best time to plant it was 30 years ago. The second best time is now. So with the strategy, our goal is to stabilize the percentage of poor deck area over our 20-year horizon and meet the 4% established national performance measure target. Now, there are some assumptions that we had to make going into this. One is that the existing base levels of the CDOT Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program remain stable at 38 million. BTE revenues available for projects are based on the Q1 fiscal year 26 revenue forecast. So this includes the existing and forecast debt service commitments and historic admin and operating costs. 3, all BTE revenues not used for bridge preventative maintenance projects will be used for replacement and rehabilitation projects. And 4 is that no additional BTE debt issuance will be contemplated beyond the 2026 financing. So if we go to the next slide. Here again on the left, we're really honing in on that forecast percentage of poor deck area creeping up on and surpassing the 10% federal limits. And on the right is what we're saying we think that we can achieve with a one-time $125 million BPM targeted investment. Now, targeted investment is very important. I'm going to get to that in the next slide. So what we're looking at here are bridges that are forecast to fall into poor condition within our 20-year forecasts. We're also targeting bridges that aren't typically addressed through CDOT's existing Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program. That program really focuses on bundling work with surface treatment to gain economy of scale. So we're trying to target structures that aren't going to be addressed by that program. Additionally, we're narrowing the scope on treatment identification. So we're really targeting the top of the bridge, the deck, the expansion joints, other miscellaneous treatments while we're out there to get the bridge back into good condition. But the idea is, it's kind of like the roof on your house. If we can keep that in good condition, it's going to protect the rest of your bridge and increase the longevity of the structure. Next slide. So what we found, is there are a lot of opportunities for treatments on our bridges, right? And we've been working on bundling these packages into logical biddable projects based on proximity, treatment type, risk, and complexity. We have some preliminary bundles shown here, but BTE and Staff Bridge are planning on collaborating with all of the regions, sitting down to determine exactly what these scopes look like, keeping in mind that we're really focusing on targeted treatments to stabilize that percentage of poor deck area. Next slide. So our key takeaways. With the HB 23-1276 scope extension and existing budget, BT plans to allocate 125 million to bridge preventative maintenance in the next 10 years. 50 million of this is available within the 4-year fiscally constrained period. This one-time funding allocation is expected to stabilize the percentage of poor deck area around 4% for the next 20 years. Without the one-time allocation, we're forecasting that the percentage of poor deck area will climb to the federal level of 10%. And then lastly, and I hate to kind of leave on a bad note, but really we are focusing on the percentage of poor deck area with this exercise, right? If you remember that graph, we're still expecting to see a drop off in our percentage of good deck area. That's still something that we're looking at and brainstorming ways to approach, but we know that what that represents is a future funding need, right? Down the road, we're going to have to address those bridges as they fall into fair condition. So next slide. I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Natasha. So just closing with next steps here. So the path moving forward is we are going to work on continuing to refine our project plan and our bridge preventative maintenance strategy with input from the region program areas, bridge asset managers, and maintenance. So this will require some hands-on collaboration. You know, we are looking at things from the data side, right? What does the model say? What treatments should we be doing to what bridge? The reality is that we need to truth it on the ground with the program areas and maintenance. So I believe there'll probably be certainly some give and take in terms of which bridges we'll treat as part of the package, and we're still in the process of working through that. Really, the intention here is just to talk about that general shift or pivot in our strategy and balancing our preventive maintenance needs and our replacement program. And again, we'll be coordinating with CDOT to integrate our plans into the CDOT 10-year plan. There's been discussion of that taking the form of a supplement to the 10-year plan, and to the extent that we are working closely with the regions to make sure our funding allocations are aligned with their plans. And then certainly we'll be returning to the board to request funding needed to advance projects in the plan and discuss the strategy for our current plan of finance. That's something that we put on the back burner with respect to this particular discussion because we're really trying to focus on general allocations, but there'll be more discussion on that in the coming year and the general overall strategy to meet all of these 10-year plan commitments. So we don't anticipate this being a one-time discussion. This is just the first of what we'd anticipate being several workshops throughout the next year. So with that, happy to turn it over to the chair and happy to take any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Gutierrez, go ahead.
Just hopefully a quick question, but are there opportunities, because some of these are interim projects and not the complete project, like 85 and 34 as an example, affectionately known as Spaghetti Junction. Are there opportunities for federal grants that we could go after to finish some of these projects that we're only doing partway?
Yeah, so I think anytime we're approaching one of these larger and more complex projects, and with the chair's permission, I'll certainly defer to RTD Paddock to get her take on this, as it's in her region. But from our perspective, we're always looking for some way to phase the project if it's possible, and if we're able to do so with the resources we have today, if it makes sense to do so. I think I don't really like the term throwaway, but sometimes when we look at phasing those projects, right, that's something we have to deal with the reality of. But I think this is kind of the first step, is identifying funds from the BTE perspective, understanding that there's a very significant asset management need, right? There's a number of bridges in that interchange that are in need of either major rehabilitation or replacement.
Heather?
Yeah, I think this would be an ideal project that we would want to, if we can align the criteria from the federal administration when they come out with their new grant program, or even revisit their old grant program. I would definitely like to put Spaghetti Junction on the list of one of those projects we'd like to chase some grant funds for, especially the fact that we have BTE funds, which can leverage those state-only dollars. We can be a lot more competitive at the federal level.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Marcano.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for the great presentation and the very sober delivery of what we had noticed in the backup here. The next couple of years look great. Long-term is concerning. So thank you for cutting right to that chase. So my first question is, could you just refresh my memory here? The enterprise funding for BTE, is that what you are projecting at the $38 million level to remain stable? Or is this a supplemental like add that we provide? Okay.
Yeah, no, great question. And there's a couple things going on in the presentation. So the $38 million level is the existing annual funding levels for CDOT's Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program.
Okay.
And certainly ask Natasha to weigh in here if I misstate this, but I think it's important to remember that there's also a number of federally mandated programs that they're tackling. So like our inspection program, a lot of the reporting requirements. So of that $38 million, it's important to note that, let's say, roughly $25 million to $28 million actually ends up on the street in terms of projects. The rest is administering a lot of those programs, like the inspection programs. So, yeah.
Okay. So assuming, oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. And I was going to say, kind of the second piece of that is that we are essentially diverting a certain amount of funding that BTE would typically use for bridge rehabilitation replacement. So that's the 125. And then for this analysis, we assume that the rest of those funds continue to go towards bridge replacement and rehabilitation. So due to the number of bridges we already have on the system that are poor, there's a trick here in terms of balancing that replacement program to keep taking those bridges off of our system while we're diverting some of the funds towards some of these maintenance needs.
Okay, thank you. So if I heard you correctly, then the 125 is not a brand new source of funding, because my next question was going to be like, where are you for, what are your ideas for how we can do this? So I guess if you could go over then with the 125, this is coming out of the funding that you would already have access to under the current plan. Your goal then is to, again, adjust the schedule, right? I guess, or the current approach to deal with bridges that we wouldn't normally be looking at in the current maintenance plan that you have, right? So that we can hold off the level of rapid deterioration in about, 17 years? However, the median condition of a bridge then is also going to drop over that time, right? So what would we need to do to keep the, to keep the good target in line, as opposed to just trying to avert, us going above the 10%?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll say that all of that is accurate, right? So the assertion that these are funds that we already have. So essentially, when we had that bill pass in 2023, that allowed Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise to shift its focus, provided it certainly made sense to and was in our best interest to start looking at bridge preventative maintenance. So the idea being is that we're diverting a certain percentage of those funds to perform preventative maintenance treatments. And then certainly you can see that we can certainly get a little bit further with those dollars, right? So in terms of the system-wide benefit we get for each dollar we spend on sealing a deck versus replacing a bridge, right? So we do see a more market improvement. I think you illustrated a very valid point, and I think Natasha was hitting on this, is that our overall age of our population will continue to progress over time. So essentially the success of this to some extent is predicated on identifying the correct bridges to treat before they turn poor. And even then their service life is not infinite, right? Sooner or later they'll require replacement. But essentially what I think is a good way to think of this is that we are essentially allowing ourselves or affording ourselves the ability to replace those bridges over a much larger or longer period of time. So imagine that all of the structures that we have that were constructed when the interstate system was built are all reaching the same age at the same time. They're constructed with similar materials, methodologies. We're seeing that similar condition across the board. So what this is doing is making sure we're kind of preserving those, making sure we can get all the life we can out of them. And then in the future, we'll still need to replace those structures, right? It'll just be not all of them coming due for replacement at the exact same time, if that makes sense. So definitely point taken that this is looking at one aspect of the population. And I think with respect to the enterprise, because we are looking at so many different facets of the population, including tunnels, when we sit down and talk about these 4-year planning periods, we need to consider the goals, the issues we're facing at that time. And I think if we see success that we're moving the needle here, when we sit down again in future years, we'll be able to take a look and, okay, what's the optimal method for investing in preventative maintenance then? And perhaps then we can start pushing more funds up the ladder towards fair bridges, good bridges at that time. So I think we're presenting this based on our current issue that we're aware of with an eye towards continuing to refine our strategy as we go.
Okay, so to summarize, you are taking the most conservative approach right now, and you will reevaluate if the opportunity, presents itself to see how we can keep the median level up as well. So, all right, fantastic. Thank you.
It seems like a really important point, if you can take lessons from what you've done for the poor rated bridges and then move that into higher rated bridges to forestall their decline, that seems really beneficial. Smart stuff that you're doing here. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments or whatnot? Okay, thanks so much. Thank you. Okay, Kay Kelly and Mike King, we're moving into the Innovative Mobility Committee EV update. Welcome.
Great, thank you. So we have a lot of good news to share on the EV front this month as part of our committee update. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I'm going to kick things off with our overall EV goals, and then I'm going to hand off to Mike King, who is online. Mike is our Assistant Director of Electrification and Energy and leads all of our CDOT EV work. I really just can't brag enough about Mike. He is a tremendous expert, really knowledgeable, absolutely been instrumental to all the progress that we've made. So he's going to cover the EV market update and highlight some of the big strides we've made in our EV charging availability across the state. So you can go to the next slide. So as I think everyone is aware, the state of Colorado does have legislatively directed greenhouse gas reduction targets that require specific reduction levels that get us to net zero by 2050. For transportation, our primary levers for achieving those reductions are really twofold. First, a major shift toward zero emission vehicles in the transportation sector, which is the focus of what we're talking about today. But we do know that zero emission vehicles are only a part of the solution. We can't get to our goals with electrification alone. So the second big part of that strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation is really reducing vehicle miles traveled. And that's what a lot of the rest of my team is working on, right? The transit, the passenger rail, mode shift, VMT reduction, transportation demand management strategies. But really all of this EV work is done in close collaboration with two other state agencies, primarily the Colorado Energy Office and the Department of Public Health and Environment. All three of our agencies are really in lockstep on all the EV work. And we do bring in other state agencies for specific topics. A lot of the great photography that you see in this presentation is a result of our collaboration with the Colorado Tourism Office, who's interested in visitors to our state being able to use our EV network, EV charging network. We work with Department of Personnel and Administration on some of the fleet work, along with Sean and DMO, obviously. And then we work with the community college system and the fire schools on technician training. So there's a ton of collaboration happening across state agencies, not to mention the fact that we participate in national working groups and regional working groups to ensure that people are able to travel across state boundaries in their EVs as well. So lots of work happening there. And then in addition, we have an EV plan. So the first commercially available EVs were hitting the market at the end of 2010. And the state of Colorado has had some form of an EV plan since 2011. Fun fact, I was the federal project manager on that award to Colorado to develop the first EV plan. So it's been extra fun for me to see kind of the progress that we've made over the last 15 years. But that original plan obviously has evolved over the years. as the market conditions have matured, as the technology has advanced. So this plan is updated on a regular basis. Our target is nearly 1 million light-duty EVs by 2030. We also have targets for medium and heavy duty, for e-bikes, for charging. So all of our goals are really contained in that plan. CDOT as an agency also has our wildly important goals, and we've had one dedicated to clean transportation since 2020. And there are 2 strategies in there that are specifically on EV charging availability. First is increasing the percentage of total state highway miles within 30 miles of DC fast charging. And that goal for this year is 85%. But our overall goal is to have 100% of the state highway network within 30 miles. That goal actually predates and is more ambitious than the federal NEVI goals that were outlined in the IIJA a few years ago. And then secondly, to increase the number of scenic and historic byways that are classified as EV friendly. We want to get to 21 by the end of this fiscal year and eventually all 26. So those are that's kind of the big picture stage setting. And from here, I'll hand it off to Mike online for the rest of the presentation, and then we'll do questions at the end.
Thank you, Kay, for the introduction and for laying that groundwork. And if we go to the next slide, we're going to start by talking a little bit about the EV market in Colorado and across the country. Next slide, please. So this is a phenomenon across the U.S. that we have seen rapid EV adoption, starting, as Kay said, from 2010 until where we are today in 2025. As you can see from this graph, the curve of adoption, it took 8 years of cumulative sales to reach the first million EVs in the US. And then for the second million, it was only 3 years, then only 1 year to reach the third million, and only 9 months to reach the fourth million. And nationally, right now, we're between 7.5 and 8 million EVs, which is, of course, not a huge number compared to the total national fleet. But as you can see, the rate increasing every year, this change is coming pretty fast, and it's not just limited to Colorado. Next slide, please. So in Colorado, we are happy to say that we are actually the #1 state for EV adoption as of Q3 of 2025. This is based on the percentage of new vehicles registered in the state that are either a battery electric vehicle, a BEV, or a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, or PHEV. So if you see them on this chart, the blue are the BEVs, the orange are the plug-in hybrids, and we just narrowly edged out California in Q3. We have done that once or twice before over the past years, but this was a particularly big quarter nationally as it coincided with the end of the federal tax credits. So we had a 32.4% of all new vehicles purchased in Q3 or leased in Q3 in Colorado were either a battery electric vehicle or a plug-in hybrid vehicle. Next slide, please. And if you look at the trend in Colorado specifically, we have about 210,000 EVs on the road in those two categories as of today. You can see the breakdown here. About 150,000 of them are the battery electrics, and then a smaller portion are those plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And if you're not familiar, a plug-in hybrid is a vehicle that can run entirely on battery power, but also has an internal combustion engine. This does not include a mild hybrid vehicle that always uses a combustion engine. So that is a distinction that not everyone in the public is fully aware of, but for our purposes, we class plug-in hybrids as EVs. We do not consider regular hybrids to be EVs. So those are in addition to these numbers. You can see the climb over time. There was a big spike at the end of Q4 last year as the state tax incentives were about to decrease from 5,000 to 3,500 in the start of 2025. And then we see another big spike here in Q3 of 2025 as the federal incentives were sunsetting. And of course, now we expect in the next quarter a significant drop. And the question is, how deep is that drop and how long does it take us to get back on track? Next slide, please. In terms of the geography of adoption in the state, not a surprise that most of the EVs are in the same places where most of the people and most of the cars are. So you see the Front Range, of course, the deepest purple on this graphic. If you dig into these numbers a little bit more in terms of the percentage of vehicles on the road, you'll note that other counties like Summit and Pitkin and San Miguel also stand out. This graphic just shows the raw number of EVs, so naturally the Front Range is predominant. But we do see pockets of adoption around the state, and our hope and our evidence so far is that as we build out the charging network and as we continue to educate people about the benefits of EVs and the capabilities of EVs, that we will see more and more adoption in all parts of Colorado and not just in the more urban areas where you might expect it. Next slide, please. So turning now to charging availability, I'm going to talk about a few different grant programs that the state of Colorado operates to support the EV charging network. As Kay already said, it's important to note that everything I talk about here is a collaborative effort. So in some cases, CDOT is the lead agency. In other cases, we are a supporting agency. But as a collective, the state of Colorado is really invested in this, and our agencies are in alignment in how we manage our programs and structure them so that we're accomplishing our mutual goals. The other important thing to note about charging in general is that apart from CDOT's own fleet and our buildings and our facilities, we do not own and operate these public chargers. We have grant programs that allow mostly private companies and in some cases local governments or electric utilities to be the owners and operators. What we do is incentivize the initial build out of those chargers, establish common standards for how they should operate. But then once the grant is out there and the infrastructure is built, it largely rests with the individual site owners or the operators, the networks, to keep those chargers up and going, because we don't view it as the state's role to maintain and operate fueling infrastructure over the long term. Next slide, please. So one of the programs that has been around the longest in the state of Colorado since 2013 is Charge Ahead Colorado. This is a charging grant program. It has mostly over its history been focused on slower level 2 charging. It's open to all sorts of applicants. Pretty much any sort of entity apart from a private homeowner is able to pursue funding to build a public facing level 2 or in some cases DC fast charger. And that program, over its more than 10-year history, has funded several thousand EV charging stations around the state, all sorts. And the application period for that grant program is open 3 times a year. So the dollar amounts in those grants are relatively small, sometimes as low as $9,000 per grant. But the consistency and the availability of the program over more than a decade is what makes it really effective, so that any project anywhere in the state, whether it's a multifamily housing project, a public park, a small business, the knowledge that that funding is available and that it will be consistently available and the expectations and applications and incentive levels will be reliable and foreseeable helps people plan over the long term and really build that kind of baseline charging network around the state. Fleet Zero is a more recent program that is focused, as the name implies, on fleets, public fleets, private fleets. And so this is similar in a lot of ways to Charge Ahead Colorado, with the exception that the charging doesn't have to be public. It can be behind the fence for a delivery fleet, for a municipal fleet, for a private company of whatever type. And a fleet can be defined as a very small number of vehicles, really. It's more about the purpose of the vehicles, the fact that they are used for work as opposed to individual travel or recreation. So in that program's life, which has only been about 2 years, has already funded 800 charging ports at more than 150 locations around the state. Next slide, please. So moving into a focus on fast charging, this is the type of charging that is most akin to the gas station experience that all of us have sort of come to expect in our lives as drivers. We have as far back as 2019, Colorado and CDOT and the Energy Office specifically have been investing in public DC fast charging with the idea that building a network of fast charging along the major highways is a necessary precondition for people to have trust that they can adopt an EV. Even if you only drive, 10 miles a day to and from work on a typical day, if you're buying or leasing a car in Colorado, you're probably thinking about those edge cases where you want to go camping, you want to go to the national park, you need to visit family in another state. And so having fast charging along those corridors is the thing that makes it possible for you to consider an EV, even if you only use that fast charging on rare occasions. It's also what allows visitors and travelers from other states to traverse Colorado. So back in 2019, we dedicated $10 million to the build out of these 33 charging locations along the highway network, based largely on traffic volumes. Where were the places where the most vehicles were going and did not yet have charging? And that program was completed in 2024. And it really laid the foundation for later investments from the federal government. We kind of think of this program a little bit as NEVI before NEVI. We had our version. It was slightly different, but it had the same goal of building the charging first and then believing that the travelers would come later. And we have seen that borne out. The DCFC Plazas grant program was a later evolution of the Corridors program. Similar, DC fast charging, larger dollar projects, but eventually this became the method by which we were allocating both of our federal NEVI dollars and our state community access enterprise dollars. So we've created a grant program through the Plazas program where the program itself is largely consistent, but the funding source behind the scenes can change and evolve over time. It can be state, it can be federal, and that way our applicants, whether they are large private companies or local governments, have a consistent experience. They don't have to relearn the rules every time. They're going to the same websites, they're talking to the same staff members, and we think that this is a really innovative approach that other states in many cases have copied in their implementation of NEVI. This program has 2 funding rounds per year. So again, like the Charge Ahead program, there's that consistency that you don't have to apply and scramble for a limited time, a limited amount of money that's going to disappear. There will be another opportunity. You can plan over multiple years, and we feel that results in better projects and just a better experience for everyone involved. Next slide, please. So the NEVI program, the National EV Infrastructure Program, is one of the most high-profile programs that came out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. $7.5 billion across the country, each state receiving an allocation. In Colorado, $56.5 million over a period of 5 years. This was a program that set a national standard for power levels, number of ports, location of charging, and really tried to do for EV charging what the interstate highway system did for automotive travel back in the 50s and 60s. And so in the case of CDOT, every state, I should say, had to develop and submit a NEVI plan to the Joint Office of Energy and Transportation and then update it annually. As I mentioned, in Colorado, our plan really revolved around maintaining the existing collaboration between CDOT and the Colorado Energy Office to manage these funds through the DCFC Plazas program alongside state funding that was already in existence. And so combining multiple funding sources through a single grant program and through a close collaboration between 2 state agencies, which incidentally is mirrored at the federal level by the creation of that Joint Office of Energy and Transportation. We had been operating that way for several years before, and then the federal government came to the same conclusion that you can't think about EVs without thinking about both transportation and energy, and two systems and 2 organizations that had formerly been somewhat siloed. Next slide, please. NEVI program accomplishments in Colorado. So we have completed 3 rounds of program awards using NEVI funds under the umbrella of that Plazas program that I mentioned. This number is actually out of date. We actually have 12 NEVI funded charging plazas that have opened so far. And there are another 20 that are actively being developed, plus 15 more that are in award but not yet contracted. So the program is building an active pipeline of DC fast charging locations. You can see photos on the right there. Our first station opening was in Frisco. That is a site operated by Tesla. We have since had operations open in Monument. That's a pilot Flying J location. And Siebert is a company called Francis Energy. And then we have a number of others, the most recent being Durango, which opened just here at the beginning of November. And as I mentioned, at the same time, we are actively investing in level 2 charging through our other grant programs. So we're able to address both the kind of long distance fast charging need as well as the local community need simultaneously in Colorado. In a lot of states, they have a harder time addressing the latter community need because the federal NEVI dollars are somewhat limited in how you spend them. And so having both state and federal money allows us to be more nimble and more comprehensive in our approach. Next slide, please. So this map is a representation not just of NEVI funding, but of all the investments and the DC fast charging in the state of Colorado over the past 5 years. And this is a type of map. This shows a 30-mile travel buffer surrounding the state highway network. This is something that we started doing regularly on a monthly basis in 2020. And I believe that this is the very first version of the map from August of 2020. So at that time, we had 75 public DC fast charging stations in Colorado. And if you put a 30-mile driving buffer around each of those, you are covering 40% of all the highway miles in the state, meaning effectively that that's the percentage where, by this metric, you would feel comfortable driving an EV. Now, we fast forward to October of 2025. Through our investments, as well as the private sector, we're at 84% coverage. And you can see the comparison in that 5-year period. If you go back, I don't know if you can go back one slide and then forward again just to show that this is one way that we look at measuring the access that we are providing to the public. Where can you comfortably travel in an EV in Colorado? This is one way to think about it, because the same amount of money and the same amount of stations invested only along the Front Range do not give you this coverage and do not give the user the level of confidence and comfort that we think is really important for EV adoption. Next slide, please. So then this is a representation specifically of our NEVI program awards. So the dark green are the sites that have opened so far, and then the striped green are the ones that we have awarded but are not yet open. They're either in the progress of being constructed, or they might be in a contracting phase. But again, you can see that our investment approach is clearly aimed at filling the remaining gaps in the network. And within, the next 12 to 18 months, all of these sites should be online. And then we are continuing to award new sites in each round. So hopefully we will continue to grow that buffer. NEVI requires stations every 50 miles along designated corridors. And as Kay pointed out, our metric is basically every 30 miles. So we're being more aggressive than the federal government in terms of what we think the appropriate level of construction or of coverage is. Next slide, please. So the recent history on NEVI, you may have heard in the news, there's been some controversy around this as the new administration took office. In February of 2025, the Federal Highway Administration attempted to pause the obligation of all existing NEVI funds, essentially preventing states from spending funds that had previously been allocated by Congress. Colorado and about a dozen other states joined together to challenge this in court. Subsequently, there was an injunction issued by a federal judge in June of 2025 that required FHWA to allow the continued obligation of funds, but only by the plaintiff states. So those 12 states that participated, but every other state that didn't was effectively still locked out of NEVI. In August, FHWA issued new NEVI program guidance that have basically established a new deadline and new requirements for states to submit plans so that every state could rejoin the process under the new terms and proceed with their implementation. Colorado submitted its NEVI plan in September and was approved, so we are officially authorized to move forward with continuation of the program. And then, to my knowledge, every other state plus DC and Puerto Rico also submitted their plans. So effectively, we are back to a place where NEVI is being implemented nationally by all 50 states and 2 territories, or DC and Puerto Rico. And so while we're a little bit ahead of many of those states, we do expect that the rest of the country is now going to move in this direction, which is of course great for us because Coloradans want to travel everywhere, not just in Colorado. Next slide, please. So looking forward, we are continuing to fill our DC fast charging gaps. This map shows the priority locations that we have identified for our current round of the Plazas program. So this includes all of the awarded sites that I showed you before through the NEVI program. And then the red tags show the areas that we have basically asked the applicants to the next round of the program to focus their attention on. Those remaining gaps in the Southeast, the Northwest, other parts of the state that have remaining gaps. We are hoping that through this current round, which is currently open and will close December 5th, we'll be able to award more of those sites, and then we'll continue having 2 rounds of the program until all of the NEVI funds are exhausted. And even after that point, because we have the state funding, we'll be able to continue the Plazas program beyond the end of NEVI if there are remaining gaps at that point. So right now we have 25 priority locations that you can see there. But of course, anyone can apply for any location in the state through this program, and then we score and award sites based on the pre-established criteria. Next slide, please. And then lastly, sort of a related but separate effort is, as Kay mentioned, that we want to electrify all of our 26 scenic and historic byways. And there are a couple of reasons to do this. One is obviously for people that are visiting the state of Colorado, these are some of the places that they are most likely to visit, beautiful historic locations around the state. And if we can make those areas EV friendly, so that it's comfortable to rent an EV or bring an EV from out of state and then travel to these areas, that's good for our goals of EV adoption and air quality. We also think that this is an economic development opportunity for smaller and more rural communities, because if somebody comes to your town and needs to stop to charge for 30 minutes or a few hours or even overnight, depending on what type of charging and what their schedule is, they're going to be spending time and spending money in your community. And so there are smaller towns in Colorado where there may not be a lot of residents that need charging, but if visitors from out of state or visitors from the Front Range or other neighboring states want to use that infrastructure in the short term, it provides an economic benefit. And then it also makes it possible for local people to adopt EVs if and when they choose to, because now the infrastructure is there. Again, we think a lot about the chicken and egg problem when it comes to EVs, and this is another way to put the charging in before the local population necessarily needs it, but it's being used and it's laying the groundwork for future adoption when that makes sense. So of our 26 scenic byways, 20 of them are designated as EV friendly at present. And this is not just a designation on a map. Because of our collaboration with the Colorado Tourism Office, once you have this adoption, or once you have this designation from the Scenic Byways Commission, the Tourism Office helps promote this status in media, in other materials, so that people, visitors from other places know about it. And they've seen placements of this these promotions about this program in the New York Times, in Lonely Planet. So this is getting attention both nationally and internationally, and we hope that it can establish a new model for sustainable tourism in Colorado while also accomplishing our local EV adoption goals. Next slide, please. So I know that I ran through quite a bit of information there. It's really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the EV work in the state. Happy to answer any questions from the commission, and thank you again for having me today.
Great, really impressive stuff. It looks like we do have Barbara Bowman online.
Mike, thank you so much. This is the second time I've seen the presentation, and it's really great to review it again because I'm on the Scenic Byways Commission. But thank you for all your efforts. And on behalf of tourism as well as CDOT, we really appreciate you. And I talk about it all the time when I'm out and about and traveling internationally as well. So thanks so much.
Nicely
You.
put. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Jones.
Well, thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I want to pile on. I mean, it's just great stuff, and to be nationally leading California and everybody else in EV cells is just, it's a testament to the work that Colorado has done, both with the incentives for vehicles and the charging infrastructure. And my personal story was I was one of those people that rushed to get the state EV tax credit last December before, it went down a little bit, and have been practicing driving my Chevy Blazer, which was inspired by Director Liu, who got a Chevy Equinox, and I saw that and went, wow. But it's been fun to check out how to do the fast charging and the level 2 charging, and it's amazing how ubiquitous it is, and how the charge kind of perfectly coincides with the amount of time to get a cup of coffee, which I'm very fond of. It's a huge success story.
Great. Commissioner Marcano.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to add on to the praise here. I bought a Nissan Leaf would have been April, I think, of 2019. I got elected to the Rose City Council, and a group of friends went to go celebrate in Buena Vista. I drove, and if you look at the map from August 2020, even before then, there was a lot less of the 30-mile buffer that was connected. So I did manage to make it up to, we charged at Bojo's, I think in Idaho Springs, and we charged again up, I think at Frisco, where they had a rapid charger. And then we rode that all the way down to Buena Vista. And I actually bought a Tesla adapter for my Leaf. So I was able to use their destination chargers when we got there. And then we made it back on one charge from Buena Vista down the hill to 285 I think there's like a Walmart or a Home Depot that has a fast charger when you get up to C470. I would not have to worry about any of that today, looking at how well connected that network is. So just honestly, a great testament to the vision of CDOT and the work of our elected officials and also our great staff to make this happen over that time. This is something to really be proud of.
Yeah. Anybody else? Well, I echo all of that. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ritter here.
Yep.
Michael, thank you very much. I have two quick questions for you. One is, how do we anticipate call it the deletion of any tax credits on the federal level impacting this program and the utility of EVs in the state? In other words, do we have any sales data or anything like that can guide us as to whether or not we need to continue expanding this or holding it at the level at which it's currently holding? The second question is more just anecdotally, why don't we include the hybrid in our calculations? Because in fact, the hybrid, electric gasoline does reduce emissions. And therefore it would seem, and particularly for those of us in rural areas, it's a wonderful option for sort of reducing our own emissions, but as well. And I guess the final thing is in rural areas, and the third question, the impact of the Ford Motor is announced that they are no longer going to produce the F-150 in any kind of electric form, shall we say, in any vehicle, which those vehicles are ubiquitous around here. So I'm just curious if you can shed some light on all of that.
Yes, those are all excellent questions. In terms of the impact of the end of the federal tax incentives and what that will do to the market, I mean, I think everybody expects, of course, that it will have a negative effect. We don't really have a great roadmap for what this looks like in when a country just turns off vehicle incentives. There is an analogous situation from a few years back in Germany. And so there is some analysis right now of, how long did it take Germany to bounce back from an incentivized market to a non-incentivized market? But they are back on track in Germany. And so the question is more, how much time as opposed to will it happen? Globally, almost a quarter of all vehicle sales are now EVs, and it's accelerating everywhere. So at a global scale, this transition is happening, and I'm confident that in the United States, this will happen regardless of federal policy. The question is how much slower and how much of a sort of delay will we see? But we're at the beginning of sort of a natural policy experiment where we're going to find out how big a deal this is. The other factor that I think connects to that and your question about the F-150, one of the big challenges has always been that EVs remain more expensive than internal combustion engine vehicles on the front end. They almost always make up for that higher initial cost through the lower operational costs, lower maintenance, lower fuel costs. But on the front end, if you don't have the extra cash, it is more expensive generally to buy an electric vehicle. So you point out that Ford has said that they may or may not continue the F-150, but at the same time that they've been talking about that, they've also been hyping their new approach to EV manufacturing, which is sort of a more EV from the ground up as opposed to modifying an ICE design like the F-150 to become an EV. This is similar to like Tesla and Rivian and other companies that have built an EV from the ground up. They find that to be more efficient over the long run. And the first vehicle that they're planning to do it with is a small pickup truck. It's not the F-150, but it is going to be a pickup truck. Similar, I guess, to the Ranger or the Maverick. Yeah, I don't know that they've actually said what the name will be yet, but so I do think that there will still be plenty of EV truck options, but they might not be the same as the ICE option, the internal combustion engine option. And then your third point about, I don't want to imply that the state is not supportive of hybrid vehicles, but because hybrid vehicles don't have a plug to charge, the traditional hybrids, not the plug-in hybrids, there's less of an investment for us to make at the department because, they're not using this charging network. And we've also seen that the hybrid market has been growing somewhat naturally without any incentives. I don't have the numbers offhand, but at the same time that we've seen the BEV and the PHEV adoption grow, the hybrid EVs, the hybrid electric vehicles, have been growing in market share as well. I think Toyota at this point, I think it would be hard to find any vehicle that they don't make a hybrid option for. Yeah. So that part of the market seems like it's growing quite well on its own for the reasons that you describe, which also means that maybe the state doesn't have to play as active a role in that to get those same emission benefits.
Great. Thank you very much. That was really helpful.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks so much. And really excellent presentation. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. So related to this, with the rollout of all of the infrastructure, I'm just curious if we've also been accounting for any potential economic benefits for especially some of the rural towns and, smaller stops where these facilities have been built.
Okay. Is that you? Okay, Mike, go ahead.
I would say that at this point, the economic benefits are anecdotal more than documented and sort of scientific. But that is an area that I think that both the research community, Colorado universities, as well as around the country, there have been some efforts to try to quantify the economic benefit of EV adoption or I should say charging infrastructure for a business. At the individual level, there is good documentation of the cost savings, the total cost of ownership for the driver or for a fleet operator. But I think something that's missing but would be helpful is what are the economic benefits to a business that hosts a charger, to a community that has access to charging, or to a state like Colorado that has so much EV adoption? Can we measure the positive impact of that EV adoption on our broader economy? I don't know that we can do that yet, but I think it's an interesting area that we could do more research in the future.
All right, great. Thank you.
Excellent suggestion too. Okay.
Can I add just one quick point? I know we're at time, but if you look at gas stations, they don't actually make much money on the sale of the fuel. They make money on the coffee and the potato chips and the things, those other things. So as Commissioner Jones said, it's a perfect amount of time to buy a cup of coffee. Anecdotally, there's good evidence that they're doing okay. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate what you're doing. On to access appeal regarding parcel property on State Highway 159A in Region 5. And before I turn it over to Dan Rusin, the purpose is not so much to scrutinize the individual case as it is to highlight the process that people take when they do appeal an access decision, and also highlight the role the commission plays in that. So thank you, Dan.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Rusin. I'm the headquarters State Highway Access Program Manager. I also brought with me Randy Ryder from Region 5, and she's the permits manager. Next slide, please. And today, I wanted to talk a little bit about the access program here at CDOT and give you guys a little update on the access program and then go into the appeal. Actually, in 1979, the state lawmakers decided to make access to the state highway, all state highways need to be access controlled. And what the state lawmakers said is, hey, get a process in place to figure that out. And that's what they came up with, the state statute 43-147, was to figure out what the process on doing access is on state highways. And what we came up with, next slide, please. What we came up with was the State Highway Access Code. Our first code, which was in 1985, it was updated in 98, and then again in 2002. All state highways are assigned a category, and that's how we make our decisions on how we provide access. For example, interstates are very limited access. We want interchanges for interstates. Frontage roads, they're meant for access. So that's really how we figure it out. The access code does set procedures and standards, how we do stuff. And it requires a permit for each access. So anytime there's a change, we want to see a permit. So one other thing the access code does, it requires the developers to pay for their own way. So if there's improvements, they pay for them. So that is something that our program does. And we roughly do between 25 million to about $100 million of roadway improvements each year that developers do or local governments do on our state highway system. So it's a really good program. The code is a state law, so we rely on it quite a bit. Next slide, please. Really, why do we do it? It's mainly because of safety and to preserve the system performance of the state highway system. And we save money if we can make the existing system work better. It avoids new construction costs. So that's really what we work on. And the safety is probably one of the biggest foundations of our program, is looking at the safety of our roadway and the accesses that attach to our roadways. Next slide. Our program is decentralized. So basically what that means is the regions make the decisions, and headquarters, we provide support. For example, today we have a quarterly meeting on training our access folks at the regional level. So right now on the other side of the building is our quarterly access managers meeting, where we do training on access issues. We roughly issue between 600 and 700 permits a year, and we have between 1 and 3 appeals a year. So that's less than 1% or 0.01% of all permits. So we don't have a ton of appeals, but we do have them occasionally. And today I will just give you a really quick understanding what the appeal is. Basically, what happened was we have a property that's historically is a 75-acre lot. And what they did is subdivided into 4 separate lots. And what happened was they didn't provide access when they subdivided to all the lots. So when one of the new lot owners came to apply for access, our code says you need to provide internal access to these lots, and it just wasn't provided. So we recommended them to go to the person that they bought it from, but they decided they wanted to appeal our process. So that's what we're doing, is going through it. And up on the slideshow, you can actually see the 4 lots. And just to kind of show you, this is just south of Fort Garland. One thing I do want to mention, we do have a CDOT barn that's right next to the property. And one of the lots, when it was subdivided, was bought by CDOT. However, that lot is not, we're not asking for access because we already have access to the maintenance barn. So we'll be using our own access to access that lot. So it doesn't, we're not asking for any additional access for that lot, but we want to be transparent and let you guys know that we did buy a lot. So the parcel, if you look, is farther south. The O'Malley parcel, that's the person that's appealing our decision because we did deny the access. Next slide, please. So this is probably a better way of looking at it. Track A, CDOT has bought that property. Track B and C is owned by the historical landowner, which is, his last name is Blunt. And then Whispering Pines Trust, which is O'Malley, bought Track D. And Track D, that person wants to have a commercial property, which is, I believe, was
An event center.
event center for that property. And what we've asked them to do is go back to the historical landowner, Mr. Blunt, and provide an easement to get to the historical access. That's what we suggested to him, but he decided to appeal. Next. So on February 22nd, they did acquire it versus a deed. Mount retained ownership of B and C, which we just talked about, and CDOT owns Track A, which we talked about. Next slide, please. So in March, that's when they, March of this year, they contacted Region 5 and discussed it. Basically in April, we discovered that they were building an access without authorization, and we closed it down, or Region 5 maintenance closed it down. And we've asked them to cease all operations and of all work activity in CDOT right away. July 10th, we received, we accepted an application from them. And then July 18th, we denied the application because they have other means of access or historical access to that property. So next slide, please. So it's an undivided parcel which has historical access, and the access is in the middle of the map. CRS requires that the landowner needs to provide internal access, and then our access code also enforces that, and that's the reason why we denied the access application. Next slide. Mr. O'Malley contends that the property is landlocked. Mount subdivision subdivided the property without providing access and no longer communicating with O'Malley. So that's between the two landowners. Costello County was not aware of the statutory requirement of 3-2-147, which requires the landowner to provide internal access. The county sent us a certified letter in November of 22. However, it was never sent to the regional office. Apparently it was sent to headquarters, but we never saw it, or at least I never saw it. September 2nd, which makes this really more of a unique issue. September 2nd, they filed a lawsuit against the landowner as well as CDOT, asserting several claims and seeking injunction relief. And that lawsuit is being handled by the AG's office. So we got the appeal in August, I believe. And because they filed suit with us, we didn't know what to do. So the Attorney General asked us to hold off until they figured it out. And then just 3 weeks ago, they asked us to go through our appeal process, which we are doing right now. So what we're asking the commission is to send this appeal to court and let a third-party judge make the decision on this. We feel pretty confident that we'll win this one, but we'll let the appeal process go through the process. Next slide. So we're asking to send it to the administrative court for further proceedings. The AG is our counsel for this project, and the AG will also look at the overlapping issues between the direct suit in district court as well as administrative, so they'll handle both lawsuits once referral is completed. Next slide. Questions?
Any questions for Dan or Renee?
Randy.
Randy, sorry about that. Yeah, I think we're good.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, on to the last item, the live view camera update with Bob Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bob Pfeiffer. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations. I'm the O in DMO. I also feel like that's a Saturday Night Live skit, if you've seen one like that. I was asked to give an update on our live view cameras. I don't think I was personally asked, but I was asked by leadership to come and bring it. Last month, there were some questions around our live view cameras. So let me go ahead and go to the next slide. Let me give you a history of our cameras. We have over 1,100 cameras before we turned off the live view cameras. The 1,100 cameras have a mixed use. About 10 or 13% of them are live view. 15% of them are on our weather stations. And then the rest are either on cellular or fiber. And those are owned and operated by us, including the weather station ones. 13% of those is approximately 100 live view cameras, which was a third-party operator who would provide us a service of a photo of the highway. We contracted probably a little over a decade ago for 136 cameras. Over the last 5 years, we've seen degradation of the service, which over time, we only had around 96 functional cameras. So you might hear two numbers, that 136 cameras were turned off. Well, there was not actually 136 functioning cameras. There was actually only 96 functioning cameras. Contractually, the company was supposed to give us 136. They just not all were working. And a few of them were replaced by some of the projects like the I-70 Vail Pass. There were some live view on that pass that were put onto fiber with that project. So that was approximately a little less than a dozen cameras that came onto our network. So I kind of wanted to give a bigger picture of how many cameras we have out there. And we're talking about a subset of a 13% or a little less than 13% that were impacted when we turned it off. Now, where we got here today is over the last 4 years, the team was already looking at replacing those cameras internally to reduce our, I come from the private industry, but the OpEx to it, we were spending about $250 to $300 a month just for the service per camera. And if we brought it in a house, it would be about $50 to $75 a month, bringing it in there into CDOT, as well as we have control over the camera and the ability to repair it, maintain it, and replace it. And as you know, we use the cameras to operate our highways, but we also share our cameras on CoTrip. And I think that recently people noticed when they started turning off some of the rural areas, noticed some of those cameras being discontinued. What happened was in April, we closed our bid to extend the LiveView contract or a similar service. Unfortunately, we just didn't have any bidders to continue the service as we were replacing them to bring them as CDOT cameras. So that contract, unfortunately, was not extended with LiveView or any other service. And so therefore, in July, roughly the end of July, the cameras were just turned off. And now that we're getting closer to winter, the public is noticing some of those cameras, especially in the rural parts. Not too much impact on the Front Range, but mostly in the passes. So what we've done recently, some of them like Berthoud Pass and Rabbit Ears Pass, some out into Mesa County, up into Cameron Pass. We actually did a couple different temporary cameras. So LiveView did leave their poles up, which was helpful. So we were able to run out there real quick and throw a camera up and a solar panel and comms, and you'll see there's 2 cameras up on like Rabbit Ears Pass now, and Berthoud Pass. And then in Cameron Pass, we actually had a trailer that has a power solar panels with batteries, and it's on the side of the road for Cameron Pass. These were our temporary solutions. We've kind of exhausted our widgets and our MacGyvering of stuff to get some of these important passes covered. And they have been since September broadcasting on CoTrip. You wouldn't even notice the difference at all at those passes. Actually, I think it's a better service now that we go up there and you look at those cameras. So now go to the next page. What are we doing now? So we've identified 69 critical cameras of the 96 that were functioning that are important for the operations and the maintenance of our highways. So a lot of our maintainers use our cameras to, instead of driving 30, 40 miles out, they'll use the camera to kind of get an idea of how much snow, what's going out there. Sometimes they'll look for if there's been wildlife hit or just confirming a few things instead of wasting the fuel, the time, the people to go out there. So it is critical for us to get those 69 up. 11 of those cameras were permanently replaced by projects. So it's been some progression already happening, and we're seeing progress. Now that project for those 69 cameras went to bid already, and it should be closing next month for a company to go in and put in CDOT owned and maintained and operated cameras. What will happen is it will take 2 years to complete all 69 of them. And some of the questions why is we have to go through an environmental clearance. We've got to make sure we check our right of way. We've got to also make sure that we are designing it, that it's more sustainable, like making a more robust solar panel system, which lacked on the vendor's product. And so we think we will have a more robust product going out. That doesn't mean that those cameras will not show up in 2 years from now. What it means is as soon as the construction window opens, which is usually after the snow melts, and the ground is thawed, we will put those poles in. And as the cameras are brought online, they will show up on CoTrip and be available for both my operations center as well as CoTrip and the residents and the people that use it. Because I know a lot of people, trust me, we get the phone calls. That's how they get their weather, is that camera. So we understand the importance of it. Next slide. So why are we doing it? Really to restore and own our infrastructure. We believe there's a large amount of savings due to reducing that OpEx. I'm going to call it OpEx. I think that's unusual to say that in here, but I like to call it my operating expenses. And then also to build resiliency in a more robust camera system that is heavily relied on in places like Fairplay and Rabbit Ears and out towards Craig and Dinosaur and stuff. So we know it's critically important for the operations of our highways, but it's equally important for the local residents to have access to that. So I just wanted to give a background and overview and what we're trying to do, and I'd be more than happy to give updates in the future as we progress, but we move right on to questions.
Thank you for that recap. So just roughly 10 a month roughly for the next year, a couple of years, or a little bit less than that, I think.
Yeah, so our construction, it should be, our construction window is going to be closer probably May to September. So how many we can get in there over the 2 years? We're going to try to do as fast as we can and push through.
Okay, great. Open up to questions. Not surprisingly, Rick Ritter has one.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead,
Thanks.
Commissioner.
Thanks, thanks very much. And a couple, like, first, I apologize to my fellow commissioners for last month interjecting when something was not on the protocol or not on the agenda. However, let me just bring this up as a more universal issue, which is that a number of us were blindsided by these cutbacks. And in particular, I walked into a very large political meeting on a Saturday to find that the local newspaper had a front page paper about the cutbacks on Rabbit Ears Pass. And given that this contract ran out in July or even August, I think part of this was the lack of, shall we say, communication that this would and how this might impact rural Colorado. But also, you know, what were the remedial actions, which you wonderfully outlined right now, would have been extremely helpful in talking points to those of us who are at the who are facing the public with questions about a service on which they you properly pointed out, on a service that they really rely on. And that is my concern, is that broadly that we're fixing the problem. And now it's easy for me to say, but we are reducing overall the number of cameras by what, 20 or 25? Is that correct? From what was there, say, in June or July, or even those that didn't work?
Yeah, so it was 96 functioning. Not all of them were always functioning because they relied on cellular service. So the reduction might be 10 at most.
Okay.
We're kind of budget constrained.
No, that, I appreciate that. And I think the answer is very simple, which is that we're upgrading, that there will be a de minimis loss of service, and that in the future, in fact, the service will be enhanced. But that was never communicated prior to the newspaper articles. And that is my concern, and that is more a general concern about communication, not only to the public, but also to those of us who are public facing. But this was wonderful presentation, and thank you. And it's stuff I can take back to the community.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bowman or Vice Chair Bowman?
Yes, thank you. I can also take it back to my community as well. Thank you so much. But I did want to ask, you did say that there were any cameras replaced in Mesa County existing? I mean, because people have been asking me.
So the camera in Mesa County, the one that was escalated to us was the one by the Nordic Center. And it was actually turned up 3 days after it turned off.
Turned on again?
Yep. It's
Okay,
on.
thank you.
In fact, we added one more picture. We actually take a picture of their parking lot for them so they can see it.
Oh, great. Thanks. Yeah, because they're the main people asking me. Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you can go on Code Trip and it's there. I just checked it and it's functioning.
Okay, I'll go on. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? All right, well, thank you for coming in and explaining, and sometimes it's hard to tell, I know, when something's going to blow up, and so, lessons learned on that one. Thank you.
Well said, Shelley.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our agenda, and we'll go ahead and adjourn. See you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And thank you all for your patience through the day. It was a long day.
Thank you.
Thanks,
you.
everybody.